Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Mabena. Chair, I have had to rearrange the sequence of witnesses we are going to have today. For now, instead of the DG, we have Mr. Matsaung, who is the provincial head of Home Affairs, Gauteng Province. I beg leave with your permission to call him.
Yes.
Mr. Matsaung, you give us your full names.
Chair, good morning. I'm Albert Matsaung.
And to, as I say, the provincial head, Home Affairs, Gauteng Province, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You're
Do you
correct,
have
Chair.
an objection in taking the oath?
Not at all.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth and nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Please help me God.
Hlambanya leswaku hinkwaswo leswi mi nga ta swi vula i ntiyiso loko swi ri tano mi tlakusa voko mi lava ku ndzi pfuna hosi.
Just for the record, where is Mr. Makhode, the Director General?
Mr. Makhote, the Director General of the Department of Home Affairs, is caught up, and then I was requested to come and represent the DG in this meeting.
Ku tiyisisa ntsena a ku vutisa leswaku nkulukumba Makhode va kwihi kutani nhlamulo yi vula leswaku u khomiwe hi swo karhi kutani mina ndzi muyimeri wa yena laha.
Caught up would mean what?
Xana u khomeke hi yini?
The DG has got other engagements at headquarters that are linked to his mandate, and he indicated that he will not make it.
U khomiwe hi mitirho yin'wana ka hofisi nkulu leyi fambisanaka ni ntirho wako kutani u kombise leswaku a nge swi koti ku fika hale.
The Commission would think that in terms of reference of the Commission, all levels of government have been asked to assist. So I don't understand what other engagements he has.
Kutani commission leyi languta leswaku kahle kahle swa nkoka leswaku ntirho lowu kumbe mfambiso lowu nga laha wu tekiwa wu ri wa nkoka kutani swi twisisi kahle leswaku hi swihi leswi n'wi khomeke.
Are you able to clarify for us?
Xana mi nga hi hlamusela mhaka yoleyo?
Chair, from where I'm sitting, I was advised by the Office of the Director General himself that I should come and represent the department. In terms of to represent the department because he couldn't make it. And then I didn't ask more in terms of why he couldn't make it. I've been given the authority and the delegation to come and represent the department in this commission.
Mukongomisi generala u ndzi kombele leswaku ndzi ta ndzi ta yimela ndzawulo kutani a ndzi ti karhatanga hi ku vutisa swo tala leswaku ku nga va ku humelele yini emakeni yoleyo.
Well, I suspect the Commission will sound its displeasure because you are going to be speaking on a document that you haven't created.
Commission la kahle kahle nga vula leswaku a yi enerisekanga kahle hikuva u ta vulavula hi tsalwa leri mi nga ri tolovelangiki hi ku kongoma.
You have familiarized yourself with the statement, haven't you?
Xana mi ri langutile tsalwa rero leswi tsariweke switano?
Maybe just to clarify, Chair,
Ku hlamusela kahle mutshamaxitulu.
I've been part of this process from its inception.
A ndzi ri xiphemu xa mfambiso lowu kusukela ku sunguleni.
The content of the documents are inputs that have been provided by my office to the Office of the Director General.
Leswi tarimeriweke hi tsalwa leri ndzi hoxe xandla eka swona ni mukongomisi general.
So I'm conversant with everything that happened to this process.
Ndzi tolovelane ni timhaka leti tameriweke hi endlelo leri.
So, by way of introduction, the statement tells us that you are familiar with the events of 31 August 2023, what the DG calls a fire tragedy that happened at 80 Albert Street, which is known popularly as Usindiso.
Kutani hi tsalwe ri vula leswaku kahlekahle mi tolovelani leswi endlekeke hi August 2023 ka ndhawu leyi ya Usindiso.
That's true. It's correct.
Swi ntiyiso swi tano.
And by way of background, you tell us the mandate of the Department of Home Affairs, which is a national competence, right?
Naswona hi ku katsakanya u hlamusela ntirho wa hofisi ya timhaka ta xikaya hi ku kongoma swi tano.
True.
Ntiyiso.
And it derives its mandate from the Constitution, various acts of parliament, and policy documents.
Leswaku ntirhonkulu wa yona wu fambisana ni vumbiwa ni palamende hi ku kongoma.
That's true.
Ntiyiso sweswo.
The mandate entails, amongst others, the management of citizenship and civil registration, management of international migration, and the management of refugee protection. Is that correct?
Kutani ntirho lowu wu fambisana ni mhaka ya ku tsarisiwa ka vaakatiko, ku lawula vanhu lava nghenaka la tikweni swi fambisana ni ximfumo, xana swi tano?
That is correct.
Ntiyiso swi tano.
Those allow the key departments as enablers for national security, citizen empowerment, efficient administration, and socio-economic development.
Kutani sweswo swa pfuna swinene emhakeni ya vusirheleleki, ku hlomisiwa ka vanhu hi tlhelo ra ntshamisano laha tikweni.
That is true.
Ntiyiso swi tano.
You outline, or the DG outlines, the legislative framework of the department dealing with a whole battery of statutes. Am I right?
DG u tlhela futhi a andlala milawu kumbe swinawana swo karhi leswi letelaka maendlelo ni matirhelo ya ntirho wa switano.
You're correct, Chair.
Ntiyiso swi tano.
Those are mentioned under the DG's statement under paragraph 2.2. We don't need to list them.
Sweswo swi boxiwe kahle ka marito ya DG ka paragraph 2.2.
Correct as enlisted.
Being part of the drafting of the DG statement, it says under paragraph 2.3, the affected victims with injuries were attended to by several local health facilities, with the deceased attended to by mortuaries within the district.
Ka 2.3 ku kombisa swa ku lava loveke va pfuniwile hi muganga ni vakhathaleri van'wana lava katsekaka ka doroba lero.
How do you know this?
Xana sweswo mi swi tivisa ku yini?
In line with the mandate that we have got of the Department of Home Affairs.
Hi ku ya hi ntirho wa hina tanihi ndzawulo ya tikoxikaya.
From the incident that happened, there were some of the people that were injured,
Kuni vanhu van'wana lava nga vaviseka ka khombo leri,
which of course were referred to health facilities for assistance.
lava yisiweke ka xivandla xa ta rihanyo leswaku va kota ku pfuniwa.
There were some of those that were deceased,
Van'wana va lovile.
which of course, in line with the mandate of the department, one of our responsibilities is to ensure that we register death and issue the death certificates to the deceased.
Kutani tanihi ntirho wun'wana lowu endliwaka hi ndzawulo ya hina ku ri ku humesa switifiketi swo tiyisisa ku fa ka munhu.
The death certificate remains a document that is issued by the Department of Home Affairs in line with its mandate.
Xitifiketi lexi xa ku fa ka munhu i ntirhonkulu kahlekahle lowu endliwaka hi ndzawulo leyi ya timhaka ta le kaya.
And the certificate itself allows the family of the deceased to be able to bury.
Kutani xitifiketi xexo xi pfuna leswaku ndyangu wu swi kota ku endla ntirho wo lahla.
And that also led to us having to change the status of the deceased from being alive to deceased.
Kutani swi hi pfuna leswaku xiyimo xa munhu loyi xi cinciwa leswaku a nga hanyi sweswi se u lovile.
And that remains the mandate of the Department of Home Affairs.
Ndzawulo leyi ya timhaka ta le kaya ya yi mahlweni yi endla ntirho wolowo.
And the statement says, among other responsibilities, The department also assisted with the registration of deaths, as you say, and issuance of requisite certificates, as you say.
hi laha mi vulaka ha kona leswi tsariweke laha hansi swilo swa ku ndzawulo ya yi mahlweni ni ku tsarisa mafu lawa.
And of the 77 deaths reported, only 49 bodies were identified and claimed with death notices issued by the pathologist for families to report to the Department of Home Affairs for death registration, the statement says.
Ka nhlayo ya 77 lava loveke ko va 49 lava tiyisisiweke kahle kutani lava endlaka vulavisisi hi vona va nga tiyisisa leswaku hi va mani vanhu volavo va loveke.
The statement is correct, Chair, as at the time of this report, but we have learned that things have eventually changed in terms of the numbers.
Enkarhini wa xiviko lexi tinhlayo teto ti kongomile kambe hi ku famba ka nkarhi tinhlayo teto ti vuye ti cinca.
Yes, the pathologists who conducted the various postmortems were able to identify one limb to a body that is already there. So we're having a total of 76, right?
Yes.
Ina valavisisi ni vatiyisekisi lava va kume leswaku ni xirho xo karhi xi nga xiphemu xa lava va loveke kutani se hi ni nhlayo ya 76 switano.
And the document then tells us of the 49 claimed bodies, 19 were South African citizens, with 30 being foreign nationals.
Kutani ku vuriwa leswaku 19 va ri va laha Afrika-Dzonga kasi lava n'wanyana a va huma ka matiko man'wanyana.
That is correct.
Sweswo switano.
And you would know that explains the reason why Home Affairs is an important contributor to the work of the Commission, right?
Kutani maswishiya leswaku kahle kahle ndzawulo leyi ya timhaka ta le kaya yi hoxa xandla swinene eka ntirho lowu wa commissioner switano.
A fair number of those who passed on and those who were injured in this fire were documented and or undocumented foreign nationals.
Nhlayo yo nyawula ya lava va loveke ka ndzilo lowu nga ku kahle kahle van'wanyana a va nga tsarisiwanga va ri vanhu vo huma ka matiko man'wanyana.
It is correct.
Sweswo switano.
30 of the 49 is quite a sizable portion of those who met their end in a single building. Would you agree?
Nhlayo leyi ya 30 nga ku i nhlayo yo nyawula swinene ka vanhu lava va loveke ka muako wun'we ntsena xana ma pfumela?
I agree.
Ndza pfumela.
We will revisit that topic a little later. The document, though, does tell us that of those, 10 were South African, 10 were Malawians, 1 Zimbabwean, and 3 Mozambicans, right?
Kutani ha ta tlhela hi bula hi mhaka yoleyo khume wa vona va ri va laha Afrika-Dzonga van'wani va ri le Malawi ni va le Zimbabwe.
I think the numbers, it's instead of 10, we've got 19, 19, 7, 4. The last column.
Kahle kahle ku ya hi column leyo hetelela ku na 19, 19, 7 na 4.
Yes, I was mistakenly referring to the gender of the various persons.
Ko va
deceased
xihoxo
persons.
ntsena hi langute ka rimbewu ra vona switano.
Paragraph 2.7 of the statement tells us that the victims were accommodated in 3 different shelters, namely Hofland Park Recreation Center at 56 Bezuidenhout Valley Street, Impilo Shelter in Fairview, Johannesburg, as well as Ekaya Shelter in Smith Street in Hillbrow.
Ku kombisa swa ku vanhu lava hi nkarhinyana a va tshame ka Impilo Shelter le Fairview naswona ya ko va ntsena ku va va hlayisiwa swa xinkarhana.
That is correct.
That the DG would know how.
Sweswo kahle kahle DG u ta va a tiva vuxokoxoko bya swona.
I was part of the team. I took it upon myself, understanding the sensitivity of this matter and led from the front. I took my team, we moved through all the different shelters. So these are the shelters that I also was physically there when they were visited.
Na mina ndzi ri ka xipano xexo ndzi tiyisekisile leswaku na mina ndzi fambisana na swona ka vuhlayiselo lebyi byi hleleriwe vanhu volavo hi ti endzerile tindhawu teto.
And regarding Impilo shelter, the document tells us 8 victims were found to be at the shelter when you did your verification and status determination, correct?
Ka Impilo shelter ku leswaku va 8 a va ri kwalaho leswaku ku endliwa ni ti ndlela to va va tiyisekisiwa leswaku i va mani.
That is correct.
Sweswo swi tano.
And through the online verification system,
Hi ku tirhisa endlelo ra le ka online ro tiyisekisa vanhu
all were positively identified,
hinkwavo va tiyisekisiwe kahle.
Correct.
Swi tano.
with no foreigners in the facility.
Ka xivandla xexo ku ri hava vo huma ka tiko rin'wana.
The center did not have any foreign.
Ina xivandla xexo a xi ri hava munhu wo huma ka tiko rin'wana.
About the Ekhaya shelter, the DG says, the shelter was profiled and there were 22 victims whose status determination and verification were conducted.
Eka xivandla xa Ekhaya a ku ri ni vanhu va 22 na vona va tlhele va langutisisiwa leswaku tiyisisiwa vo vona leswaku i va mani.
It's true.
Sweswo swi tano.
There too, they were all South African citizens with identity numbers.
Na vona volavo a va ri vaakatiko va Afrika-Dzonga va ri na ni tinomboro ta ID.
Correct.
Swi tano.
Regarding Hofland Recreation Center, the statement describes where that is located, and though the victims were found to be a combination of South Africans and foreign nationals, you confirm that?
Ka xivandla lexin'wanyani ku vuriwa leswaku van'wanyana va huma ka matiko man'wana van'wana va ri va Afrika-Dzonga xana wa swi tiyisekisa sweswo?
Correct.
Swi tano.
Of those, 69 were confirmed to be South African citizens.
Eka vona 69 a va ri vaakatiko va Afrika-Dzonga.
Made up of 28 males, 29 females, and 12 children.
Va xinuna 28 va xisati 29 ni vana va vanhu.
Correct.
Swi tano.
The 69 victims confirmed to be South Africans all claim to have lost their documents in the fire and requested the departmental support with the issuance of documents. This is what the statement says. You confirm that.
Kasi ka lava va 69 va nga va Afrika-Dzonga va lahlekeriwe hi mapapila ya vona va kombele ndzawulo leswaku yi va pfuna leswaku va tlhela va kuma xana wa swi tiyisekisa sweswo.
Correct.
Swi tano.
3 were children who were also issued with copies of their birth certificates.
3 a ku ri vana lava va kombeleke leswaku va nyikiwa tikopi ta vona ta certificate swa ku tswariwa.
Correct.
Sweswo swi tano.
And your verification and status determination within the facility confirmed that 78 victims at the center were of foreign origin.
Kasi futhi mi tiyisekisa swa ku 78 a va ri vo huma ka matiko man'wana.
That is correct.
Hi ntiyiso.
You confirm also the center had 51 males from Tanzania with no documentation.
Kasi futhi va 51 a va ri vo huma ka tiko ra le Tanzania va ri hava mapapila.
Correct.
Hi ntiyiso.
And 19 of those were of a Malawian origin, with 2 of those being females.
Kasi 19 a va ri vo huma eMalawi kasi vambirhi va vona va ri va xisati.
True. Correct.
Hi ntiyiso.
You also confirmed that those were confirmed to be undocumented.
Naswona mi tiyise leswaku kahle kahle a va ri hava mapapila vanhu volavo.
Correct.
Swi tano.
Also confirmed that the center had 2 males, 1 female from Kenya and Zimbabwe respectively, as well as 2 females from Mozambique.
Kasi mi tiyisekise leswaku vambirhi ni un'we a va ri vo huma Mozambique kasi van'wani va huma ka tiko ra le tini Zambia.
That is correct.
Ya switano.
There is a breakdown of all of those, and please confirm if you can, with 51 Tanzanians, 19 Malawians, 3 Zimbabweans, 3 Kenyans, and 2 Mozambicans.
Va loko va xaxametiwa hi tinhlayo vanhu volavo va nyikiwe tiwile leswaku van'wanyana va huma eTanzania, van'wana va huma eMalawi ni le Zimbabwe ni le Kenya.
I confirm.
Ndza swi tiyisekisa.
The outcome of Immigration Services investigation, as the DG deals in the statement, under paragraph 4 will tell us that all the victims of the fire confirmed to be South African citizens will be provided with replacement IDs once applications have been lodged to the DHA.
Hikuya hi leswi kombisiweke laha ka leswi tsariweke kombisa swa ku kala va tiyisekisiweke swa ku va la Afrika-Dzonga va ta pfuniwa ku va va kuma mapapila ya vona hi mfanelo.
You
Yes.
confirm that?
It is correct. Confirmed.
I ntiyiso ndza swi tiyisekisa.
And that all foreign nationals were verified against the Department of Home Affairs system and confirmed to have no permits, or they were undocumented, as we use the expression.
Kasi vo huma ka matiko man'wana va tiyisekisiwile hi fambiselo ra ndzawulo ya laha tikweni ku kombisa leswaku a va ri hava mapapila.
Correct.
Hi ndlela ya kona i ntiyiso.
And embassies of all these countries were asked to assist with the replacement of documents lost in the fire.
Kasi futhi ti-embassy ta matiko lawa hi ku siyasiyana ka wona ti komberiwile leswaku ti pfuna hi ku siva mapapila lama lahlekeke ka ndzilo lowu.
Correct.
Ntiyiso.
And the document tells us no arrests and or deportations were effected, I think, by the Department of Home Affairs because the victims were declared to be part of a disaster.
Kutani ku hava lava va tekiweke kumbexana va tlherisiwile matiko xikaya hikuva ku kombisiwa leswaku vanhu lava va langutane ni khombo leri hi bulaka ha rona.
Correct.
Ntiyiso.
And until these investigations are declared closed, the department will then implement the immigration laws.
Kutani loko ndzavisiso lowu se wu gimetiwile hi kona milawu ya ku famba ka vanhu ka tiko ni tiko yi nga ta landzeleriwa.
Correct.
Ntiyiso.
And on 15 November, the document tells us 32 illegal immigrants that were found at the Hofland Park Recreation Center were all arrested and charged for being illegal immigrants. You confirm that?
Xana va swi tiyisekisa leswaku ku ya hi leswi vuriwaka hi 15 November ka lava va kumiweke va nga ri na mapapila va yirisiwile kutani va kumiwa va ri ni nandzu va nga ri na mapapila, xana swi tano?
Confirmed.
Ndza swi tiyisekisa.
You also confirm they were detained at the Johannesburg court for confirmation of detention and deportation.
Naswona ma tiyisekisa leswaku va hlayisiwile khoto ya le Joni leswaku ku tiyisisiwa swilo va nga si tlheriseriwa matiko xikaya.
That's correct as well.
Confirm. It's correct.
I ntiyiso.
On 20 November 2023, Chief Magistrate Duplessis delivered a judgment against the 32 illegal immigrants and confirmed their detention at Lindela Repatriation Center for deportation purposes.
Hi 20 November van'wana va yisiwa Lindela leswaku va ta tlhela va tekiwa va yisiwa ematikweni ya vona.
Correct.
Swi tano.
With the order also directing that this matter must receive the attention of the Commission's chairperson.
Naswona ku tlhele ku lerisiwa leswaku mhaka leyi fanele yi xopaxopiwa hi mutshamaxitulu wa commission.
It is correct.
Ntiyiso.
The legal developments are dealt with under paragraph 5 that tells us the matter was further placed on the Johannesburg High Court's roll with an order issued on 7 December 2023, and we have the case number there, which interdicted the department from deporting the illegal immigrants until they appear before the commission.
Naswona ku vuriwa leswaku ku kombisa leswaku ka khoto leyikulu leyi tlakukeke la Joni ku endliwe xivilelo swa ku vanhu lava va nga fambisiwi ku kondza ku hetiwa ntirho lowu wa commission.
That is correct.
Ntiyiso.
And the document also details the order which we can take note of against paragraph 5. Is that right?
Naswona ka paragraph 5 ku xoxametiwa ndlela leyi swilo swi faneleke swi endliwa ha yona xana swi tano.
That is correct.
Ntiyiso.
The individuals are still detained at Lindela and awaiting an update from the commission's chairperson.
Kasi vanhu lava ha hlayisiwile le Lindela ku kuma rungula lerintshwa ku huma ka mutshamaxitulu wa commission.
If you look at the covering page of that document,
Loko u languta xifunengeto xa papila rero,
you will see LT Makode with a signature there.
ku ni nsayino lawa LT Makobia.
Are you able to identify that
Xana mi nga swi
signature?
tiyisekisa sweswo nsayino wolowo?
Yes, I can identify the signature and I know the signature.
As that of?
Nsayino wolowo ndza wu
as that
tiva
of-
ingaku i wa mani?
And that is the signature that belongs to LT Makota, is the Director General of the department.
I nsayino wa mukongomisi generala wa ndzawulo.
Now, concluding this matter, there is obviously a ringing question. How come we have such a density of undocumented foreign nationals in this disaster?
Loko hi gimeta ingaku kahle kahle swi endlekisa ku yini leswaku hi va ni vanhu va matiko man'wana vo tala lava pfumalaka mapapila ya ximfumo.
Your comment?
Mi nga hlamusela mi ku yini?
It's a serious concern, I agree,
I mhaka leyi vilerisaka swinene ndza
that
pfumela.
we seem to be attracting a lot of foreigners.
Leswaku ni vanhu vo tala lava taka hi le ka matiko
And of
man'wana,
course, foreigners who are undocumented.
vanhu va matiko man'wana lava pfumalaka mapapila ya ximfumo.
It's a serious concern, I
I mhaka
agree.
leyi vilerisaka swinene ndza pfumela.
Why do we have that concern?
Ingaku mhaka leyi yi vilerisaka ha yini hi ri na yona?
It is a serious concern because now
Ya vilerisa swinene hikuva
one of the issues is that everyone who is supposed to be in this country, be it a citizen or be it a non-citizen, must be documented, must appear within our documentation system, must be able to be identified even if that person moves on the street. And at the same time, we need to be able to know who the person is, his address, where the person is coming from.
hambiloko munhu a ri wa tiko leri a nga ri wa tiko leri hi fanele hi n'wi tiva leswaku i mani a va tsarisiwe ximfumo, hi n'wi tiva leswaku kahle kahle hi ku ya hi tisystem ta hina u tsarisiwile ximfumo a tiveka leswaku i mani.
And the issue of documentation is an issue that talks to all, irrespective of where they come from.
Kutani mhaka ya ku va va tsarisiwa ximfumo yi katsa hinkwavo swi nga ri na mhaka leswaku va huma kwihi.
The big challenge is that if one is not documented,
Ntlhontlho lowukulu leswaku loko a ri hava papila ra ximfumo kumbe a nga tsarisiwanga,
we cannot be able to identify who that person is.
a hi nge swi koti ku n'wi tiva leswaku munhu loyi i mani.
Documentation serves as a path for one to access social services,
Kutani loko munhu a tsarisiwile u kota ku fikelela vukorhokeri bya mani na mani.
it also assists the court in terms of identifying who the people are in case there are some criminal offense that they are found to be engaged with.
Swi pfuna ni tikhoto leswaku loko tshuka ku va ni vukungundzwana byo karhi a tiviwa leswaku i mani loko mhaka yo leyi endlekile.
So when a person is undocumented, it just makes it impossible for that person to be identified, and that creates a problem to
Kutani
our system.
loko munhu a nga tsarisiwanga i xiphiqo lexikulu ka system ya hina hikuva a nge tivikani leswaku i mani.
And it also creates a problem to even all the other stakeholders,
Swi tlhela swi vanga xiphiqo ni ka van'wani lava khumbekaka,
where identification become key in terms of accessing any service.
la swi nga swa nkoka swinene leswaku munhu a tiveka leswaku i mani ku kuma vukorhokeri.
The evidence before the commission was that building was a criminal den with all sorts of crimes being committed.
vumbhoni lebyi kumeke commission lebyi kombisa swa ku kahle kahle kwalaho a ku ri xivandla lexi a ku endliwa vukungundzwana byo hambanahambana.
Those would be recognized by the DHA, am I right?
Naswona DHA yi nga ku ya swi xiya sweswo xana swi tano.
The department should be able to recognize anybody who appears anywhere, as long as those people are found to have registered their being into our system.
Ndzawulo yi fanele swi kota ku tiva leswaku munhu i mani loko ntsena a tsarisiwile hi ku ya hi ti-system ta hina.
Well, confirming your evidence, these undocumented individuals become impossible to trace.
Kambe ku tiyisisa vumbhoni bya n'wina swa tika swinene ku landzelerisisa kumbe ku kumisisa vanhu lava nga tsarisiwangiki.
It is true, the undocumented foreigners becomes a problem to trace, and to trace is not a problem to trace. It becomes a problem for us to be able to know where they are at any given time, because they would have came into the country undocumented, not even having provided any of our offices or even our ports with addresses where they could just be easily traced. So it will be difficult for us to be able to know where they are, but in terms of identifying them, as and when we run our operations, it's easy for us to be able to identify them, because they will not be able to produce documentations that will identify who they are. In instances where they can even produce passports, if those passports do not have permits, they will still be classified as being undocumented.
Kutani nga ku kahle kahle swa tika kahle kahle ku va hi kumisisa leswaku i va mani, kambe loko hi karhi hi kambisisa kumbe hi va siva etindleleni hi kumeka leswaku va hava ti-passport ni swin'wanyana, hi ta swi vona leswaku a va tsarisiwanga, kutani swa tika loko va nga tsarisiwanga.
The evidence before the commission is also that the place was a drug-infested platform run in part by foreign nationals.
Naswona vumbhoni bya commission lebyi tiyisise leswaku kahle kahle kwalana a ku ri karhi ku tirhisiwa ngopfu timhaka ta swidzidzirisi leswi a swi fambisiwa hi vanhu vo huma ka matiko man'wana.
That doesn't come as a surprise, does it?
Kahle kahle swi hlamarisa switano.
It doesn't come as a surprise, because continuous reports and even some arrests that are being effected by SAPS confirms the issue of drugs and their drug lords and who they are.
Kahle kahle
So it's not a surprise on our side.
swi hlamarisi le ka hina hikuva maphorisa na wona vanhu lava va khomaka ma kombetela ka mhaka yoleyo, so a hi hlamala swona.
Then the ringing question must be, how do we, in the future, manage these concerns?
Kutani nga ku kahle kahle mundzuku swilo leswi vilerisaka hi nga langutana na swona njhani.
Of undocumented foreign nationals who come to the country.
Mhaka leyi ya vanhu va matiko man'wana lava nga tsarisiwangiki ximfumo.
It is true, it is a concern, it needs to be addressed.
Ntiyiso i mhaka leyi vilerisaka yi fanele yi lulamisiwa.
What is the thinking about strategies to address it?
Hi nga ku tindlela to lulamisa mhaka leyi hi tihi.
The strategies that will assist, of course, some of those strategies that we are already implementing, noting that the Department of Home Affairs is responsible for the management of movement in and out of the country.
Tanihi leswi ndzawulo leyi langutaka ku nghena ni ku huma ka vanhu, so tindlela tin'wana leti hi karhi hi ti ehleketaka.
We have got the port of entries, which are earmarked as entry points for foreigners.
Hi ni tindhawu leti ku nghenaka vanhu hi xiyiseke leswaku hi lava nghenaka kona ngopfu lava humaka matiko man'wana.
And we also have got the borderline that borders the boundaries of our country.
Kasi ku tlhele ku va ni ndzilakana laha inga kusuhi ni vanhu lava va nga va humaka ka matiko man'wana.
One of the issues that talks directly to us as the Department of Home Affairs, as the custodian of the ports,
kutani yin'wana ya mhaka leyi khumaka hina tanihi ndzawulo ya timhaka ta le
has been the
kaya
establishment of the Border Management Authority.
i ku va hi simeka vulawuri byo lawula ndlela leyi ya tiboda hi ku nghena.
The Border Management Authority, it's a consolidation of all stakeholders that are working at the port of entry.
vulawuri lebyi bya mindzilakano i ku va hi kongomisa tindlela hinkwato leti ti nghenaka etikweni.
They've been brought under one umbrella
Leswi swi tekiwe swi vekiwa ka xiyenge xin'we
for them to be able to provide assistance and support and function from a common goal.
leswaku tindzawulo leti ti kota ku tirhisana hi xikongomelo xin'we.
Previously, at the ports of entry, there were several departments that were doing their own roles and that had their own responsibilities and mandates.
Nkarhini lowu hundzeke ka mindzilakano leyi a ku ri tindzawulo leti a ti endla swilo hi ku ya hi kungu ra tona ni hi vutihlamuleri bya tona.
Home Affairs was one of the departments that was only concerned with the human movement,
Kutani ndzawulo ya timhaka ta le kaya a yi languta ntsena ku famba ka vanhu.
reporting to the DG and the minister.
Yi ri karhi yi vika eka DG ni le ka holobyenkulu.
Health was also having its own mandate,
Ta rihanyo a ti ri ni vutihlamuleri bya tona.
reporting their mandates and their activities to a different DG and a minister.
Matirhelo ya kona a ma vika eka DG ni holobye wa ndzawulo yoleyo.
So other departments that were also operating there were each reporting differently.
Kutani mindzawulo yin'wana leyi tirha kwalaho na yona a yi vika hi tindlela ta yona.
Now, one of the solution is bringing in the Border Management Agency, where the reporting falls under one umbrella.
Kutani xin'wana lexi hi xi lava ku va ni agency yo lawula mindzilakano kutani hinkwavo va vika ka ndhawu yin'we.
Where all the functions are reported and coordinated and managed and monitored at that structure, which is the BMA.
Leswaku matirhelo ya kona ma vika ni ku hleriwa ka nkongomiso wolowo wa BMA.
The importance of it is that it provides one state of command where all the responsibilities that are taking place at the port of entry has to be coordinated from one angle.
Kutani sweswo swi ta pfuna leswaku matirhelo hinkwawo ma hleriwa eka xivandla xin'we ntsena.
That also improving monitoring, reporting, and managing the activities that are taking place at the ports.
Kutani sweswo swi ta pfuna leswaku ndlela yo lawula ya ku vika ni mitirho leyi endlekaka ka mindzilakano yi kongomisiwa.
The second part is the issue of looking at the kind of caliber or the officials that have been appointed to function and operate at the ports of entry.
Xiyenge xa vumbirhi ku languta vatirhela mfumo lava fanelekaka leswaku va tirha ka mindzilakano.
Where professionalism and service delivery becomes the order of the day.
Laha va faneleke va tirha hi vuprofessional siku ni siku.
And where reports of corruption that tends to allow some of the people, especially foreigners, to cross in without documentations has to be addressed.
Laha ku fanele ku langutiwa ngopfu mhaka ya ku papalata vukungundzwana ku pfumelela vanhu lava nga tsarisiwangiki ku
And
nghena
also
etikweni.
ensuring that we continue acting on those people that have been identified to be corrupt.
Ni ku tlhela hi teka goza ka vanhu lava va kumiwaka leswaku va endla hi vukungundzwana.
And of course, also consider a rotation of staff.
Ni ku tlhela hi languta leswaku ku cincacinciwa vatirhi.
The second part is the one that talks to the borderline.
Mhaka yin'wanyana futhi i mhaka ya le ndzilikaneni hi ku kongoma.
But before going to the borderline, still at the ports of entry, I think some of the things that we might then have to do
Xin'wana lexi futhi hi nga xi endlaka kwalaha ku ngheniwaka kona
is to look as to whether the systems that we are currently using to manage movement
i ku languta leswaku tisystem leti tirhisaka ku langutisisiwa ku nghena ni ku huma ka vanhu
are assisting us to stop illegal migration into the country and out and their movement out.
ku vona loko hakunene yi hi pfuna ku
And also to
xiyisisa ku
improve-
lawula mhaka leyi
And also to improve where it is necessary
ni ku tlhela hi antswisa laha swi lavekaka kona
so that our systems and processes can just assist us in terms of inhibiting the movement of these illegal migrants.
leswaku maendlelo ni tisystem ta hina ti hi pfuna ku sivela ku nghena ka vanhu lava nga tsarisiwangiki.
The second main issue is the issue of the borderline as the area through which illegal immigrants come into the country with.
Mhaka yin'wana ya nkoka swinene hi kona laha ndzelekaneni leswaku ku langutiwa mhaka leyi vanhu va nghenaka ha yona.
Stakeholders that are responsible for the border management and for the borderline have got a responsibility of strengthening their arm
Lava nga ni vutihlamuleri bya ndzilikano wolowo va fanele va tiyisa xandla swinene.
and making sure that they come up with systems and strategies that are going to assist in terms of stopping this continuous movement of illegal foreigners into the country.
Va ta ni marhengu lama nga ta pfuna leswaku siveriwa ku nghena ka vanhu va nga tsarisiwanga.
But the other important element is our society.
Kasi yinhla yin'wana ya nkoka swinene hi nga ku i vaakatiko.
These illegal immigrants, when they come into the country, get accommodated by citizens.
Vanhu lava va nga tsarisiwangiki loko va ta
Get
va
how-
rhurheriwa hi vanhu va la tikweni.
Get housed by citizens.
Va tshamisiwa hi vaakatiko va tiko.
Get employed by citizens.
Va thoriwa hi vaakatiko.
Get admitted in institutions by citizens.
Va amukeriwa ka swivandla swa vukorhokeri hi vaakatiko.
So the issue of bringing in our citizens into fighting this illegal immigration remains a key.
Kutani swa nkoka leswaku vaakatiko na vona va hoxa xandla eka nyimpi leyi.
Because the issue of dealing with illegal immigrants cannot only be the issue of South African police services and us and other relevant stakeholders.
Kutani ku lwisana ni mhaka leyi ku nge vi ya maphorisa ntsena ni ndzawulo ya hina.
We have got one key stakeholders that remain important, which if it comes on board, then we'll deal with this issue of illegal immigrants.
Van'wana lava khumbekaka va nkoka na vona hi vona volavo leswaku va nga hi pfuna ku lwisana ni mhaka leyi.
That talks to the citizens of this country,
I vaakatiko,
that talks to the councillors of these countries,
tikhanselara ta tiko leri,
that talks to the mayors,
ni timeyara,
and all the relevant stakeholders that continuously on a daily basis interact and engage with these foreigners.
ni van'wana lava khumbekaka lava tirhisanaka ni vanhu lava humaka ka matiko man'wana.
And also the issue of our citizens understanding that there is a law that prohibits any illegal foreigners from being in the country.
Ni ku va vaakatiko va tiva leswaku nawu a wu pfumeli leswaku lava nga riki na mapapila va va laha tikweni.
And the understanding that it is an offense to either employ, to either house, to either support, or to either provide employment to an illegal immigrant.
Leswaku loko munhu a ri hava papila ra ximfumo a nge thoriwi, a nge tshamisisiwi kumbe ku va a seketeriwa hi tindlela to karhi.
As outlined by our Immigration Act, which is one of the legislation that has been mentioned as part of the report.
Hi laha nawu wa hina wa ku nghena ni ku huma ka vanhu wu vulaka ha kona swi katsiwile ka xiviko lexi.
And I think the other one is integration of systems
Swin'wana ku nga ha va ku katsiwa kumbe ka tisistimi
and integration of stakeholders having to work together towards a common goal in eliminating or reducing the number of illegal immigrants.
leswaku hinkwavo lava khumbekaka na vona va hoxa xandla ku hunguta mhaka leyi ya vanhu lava nga riki va ximfumo.
The other important element is our neighboring countries or the countries where these immigrants are coming from.
Xiyenge xin'wana futhi i matiko akelana laha vanhu lava va humaka kona.
Countries also have to come on board and take responsibility for their own people.
Matiko lawa na wona va fanele va teka goza ni vutihlamuleri ka vanhu va vona.
And discourage movement into other countries without documentations.
Va nga va khutazi leswaku va ya ka tiko rin'wana va ri hava mapapila ya ximfumo.
And take responsibility also for their own immigrants that are found in the country being illegal.
Ni ku va na vona va teka vutihlamuleri ka vanhu va tiko ra vona lava kumekaka ka tiko leri ku nga ri hi ndlela ya nawu.
So those are some of the things that we just have to continuously improve what we are doing and continuously look at those that are not working and bring in those systems and processes that will assist us in terms of making illegal migration impossible.
Kutani hi mahlweni hi tirhela ka sweswo ni ku languta tindlela tin'wana leti nga ta sivela leswaku vanhu va nga ngheni va ri hava mapapila ya ximfumo.
We have had the evidence of the Border Management Authority, which is commendable strategy, but it's only, 8 months on the ground, under a year though.
Hi twile hi vumbhoni lebyi byi nyikeriweke emhakeni yo lawula manghenelo ka mindzilakano kambe ko va ka tin'hweti teto ti boxiweke.
It's true.
Are there any signifiers that the problem is getting mitigated?
Xana swi kona swo karhi swi komba swa ku ndzima yi karhi ya emahlweni yo lulamisa mhaka leyi?
Yes, since the implementation of the Border Management Authority for the past 8 months, there's been a significant improvement, especially at ports of entries.
Ina eka tin'hweti ta nhungu kusukela ku sunguriwe endlelo leri nhluvuko wu kona wa vonaka ngopfungopfu laha ku ngheniwaka kona ka mindzilakano.
In detecting and stopping some of these immigrants from entering into the country, especially those that were taking advantage of our systems, our previous systems at the ports of entry, to let them in.
Leswaku xiyisisiwa lava va nghenaka ngopfungopfu lava a va kota ku nyenga va nghena hi tirhiselo riya ra khale.
There's been sizable arrests, there's been sizable stopping of those people from coming back into the country.
Va kona lava khotsiweke ni ku va va siveriwa leswaku va nga ngheni etikweni leri.
The deployment of the border guards also to assist South African police services together with the army at the borderline has also yielded results.
Swin'wana leswi pfuneke swinene ku va ni varindzi lava va gadaka lahaya ka mindzilakano swin'we ni masocha.
Though the numbers still seems to be low, which needs to be increased so that a broader scope in terms of stopping these illegal immigrants throughout the borderline and also the port of entry can then start giving us more results than what we are seeing now.
Ina nhlayo ya ha ri le hansi kambe hi langute leswaku hi ya emahlweni hi endla nhluvuko leswaku ki vonaka yi nyawula nhlayo ya kona ku ya emahlweni.
And we also had evidence of some experts who say that binational meetings would help the problem of making movement of people through the countries free.
Kasi futhi va yimeri va matiko hi ku hambanahambana na kona vativi va ringanyete leswaku loko va ni mihlangano yo tano swi nga pfuna emhakeni leyi ya ku famba ni ku nghena ka vanhu.
Would you think there is substance in there?
Xana mi vona onge yi ni ntikelo mhaka yoleyo?
It seems to me the resources we are deploying to fulfill your mandate can be better saved if movement of people across the border was free, as the case is with like your European Union, etc. Don't you think?
Kumbexana loko a swi ngo vanhu va tinghenela va tshunxekile kumbexana matimba lama ma tirhiselaka ku va mi endla ntirho lowu mu endlaka a wu ta antswisiwa swinene. Xa mi ehleketa swa ku swi tano?
First, Chair, the bilateral engagement has to continue.
Xo sungula ni nga vula leswaku ku va hi borisana ni va matiko akelana swi fanele swi ya emahlweni.
Countries must take responsibility for their citizens.
Matiko ma fanele ma byala vutihlamuleri ka vanhu va vona.
Countries must also come on board and stop their own foreigners from passing into another country.
Matiko lawa ma teka goza leswaku va sivela vanhu va vona leswaku va nga tluleli ka matiko man'wanyana.
And the responsibility of fighting illegal immigrants, it's supposed to be a joint venture between our neighboring countries and the countries where these foreigners crosses.
Mhaka leyi ya ku lwisana ni ku dya ka vanhu va nga tsarisiwanga yi fanele yi lwiwa hi matiko hamambirhi.
Hence, one was saying that countries must also take responsibility. South Africa must not be taking responsibility for the movement of foreigners that are coming from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe must incur the cost or all the other countries, in line with the bilaterals that they need to have, must incur the cost. Because the current challenges that we are having now, there is a high influx of immigrants in South Africa. There is a high influx of illegal immigrants in South Africa. And the budget allocated to the country itself, a high portion of that budget which is allocated to us as the Department of Home Affairs, was using it to move these illegal immigrants out. Transportation costs. So they are really impacting negatively in terms of the fiscus of the country. So the issues of bilateral engagement, responsibilities having to be taken, experience having to be shared in terms of the challenges that countries have, remains critical, and the bilateral engagement needs to continue. But those engagements should also assist us to reduce the numbers that are coming into the country.
Loko hi mahlweni hi tirhisana na matiko akelana sweswo swi ta pfuna swinene emakaya ya sweswo hikuva sweswi tiko leri ri hakela mali yo tala leswaku vanhu va tekiwa va tlheriseriwa eka matiko ya vona. So matiko lawa na wona ma fanele ma byara vutihlamuleri hikuva sweswo swi endla leswaku mali leyi hleleriweke ku tirhisiwa lembe ni lembe yi hatla yi hela hi xihatla.
And then on the issue of
Ngaku ka mhaka futhi yin'wanyani.
On the issue of free movement, Chair, and removing the borders,
Emhakeni ya ku va vanhu va tifambela va tshunxekile ni ku susiwa ka mindzilikano.
it might be something good,
Yi nga ha va mhaka ya kahle
but not relevant for now.
kambe sweswi yi nge tirhi kahle.
It might be something that we might plan for the future,
Yi nga ha yi anakanyela swa nkarhi lowu taka
but it's something that cannot be implemented now.
kambe yi nge swi koti ku va yi sungula ku tirha.
And the reason why it cannot be implemented now is that we are living in an equal society.
Xin'wanyana xivangelo hileswaku sweswi vanhu lava va nga tshama ka tiko leri va pfumala ndzingano hi ndlela yo karhi.
Countries are not yet, most of the countries that are surrounding us as South Africa are not yet at a level where their economy and their development is at the same level as South Africa.
Futhi loko hi languta matiko akelana ikhonomi ya vona ni xiyimo xa vona a xi se fika ka mpimo wa Afrika-Dzonga.
Most of the country within SADC see South Africa as a developed country.
Matiko yo tala le ka SADC loko ma languta Afrika-Dzonga i tiko leri ri hluvukeke.
Whereas we are a developing country.
Kasi kahle kahle i tiko leri ha endlaka nhluvuko.
And the current statistics of movement
Tinhlayo ta sweswi ta ku famba ni ku nghena ka vanhu
of foreigners
ka vanhu va matiko man'wana
and also of people that come to South Africa for asylum
ni vanhu lava taka va ta kombela ku rhurheriwa ka tiko leri
confirms that these people are passing from all the countries,
kombisa swa ku vanhu volavo va hundza ka matiko laman'wana hinkwawo
from the top coming to South Africa.
va suka le henhla le va ta la Afrika-Dzonga.
So the issue of free movement and abandoning the borders
Kutani mhaka ya ku va vanhu va tifambela va tshunxekile ku nga vi na mindzilakano
will not assist South Africa. It's just going to move from bad to worse.
a swi nge ri pfuni tiko ra Afrika-Dzonga xiyimo xi to nyanya ku biha.
As when we look within the SADC,
Loko hi languta ka matiko ya SADC
the flow in terms of movement due to the economic opportunities and some opportunities, most of the people are coming to South Africa, while we still have got borders.
loko ku langutiwa vanhu lava lavaka tindlela leswaku va endla nhluvuko ni matirhelo ya vona hinkwavo va la ku ta la Afrika-Dzonga hambileswi mindzilakano yi nga kona.
Our neighbors must develop,
Matiko akelana ma fanele ma hluvukisiwa,
their economy must grow,
ikhonomi ya vona yi kula,
their countries must also be attractive to South Africans,
matiko ya vona ma tlhela ma va ni nkokela ka vanhu va laha
the
Afrika-Dzonga,
job opportunities within those countries should also thrive,
ni mitirho yi kota ku va yi kumeka ka matiko lawo,
so that when you open the borders, people should not only be moving to one direction.
leswaku loko ku pfuriwa mindzilakano vanhu va nga fambi va ya ka tlhelo rin'we ntsena.
Free movement will not be an option for now.
Sweswi hi nge vuli leswaku vanhu ku nga endleka leswaku va tifambela va tshunxekile.
borders and management of movement should still be there up until our neighboring countries have economically developed, where South Africans will also be attracted to move to those countries.
mindzilekano yi fanele yi va kona ku kondza matiko laman'wana va va ka xiyimo xa leswaku ni vanhu va tiko leri va nga swi kota ku ya kwalano va kuma tindlela to hanya.
It will be a very good dream for the future, but not for now.
Nkarhini lowu taka swi nga va kahle sweswo kambe hayi sweswi.
Well, the substance of the idea is that it would incentivize foreigners going through our perimeters if they know that they can go through the border control with ease and with documentation.
Kutani mhaka leyi susumetelaka sweswo hileswaku vanhu lava humaka matiko man'wana va ta swi tiva leswaku swi ta va olovela ku va va hundza lahaya ka mindzilakano ku lawuriwaka kona.
Would that be positive?
Xana yi nga va mhaka leyi twalaka yole?
Yes, it will. It will definitely be positive.
Yi nga twala mhaka yole.
Because free movement does not mean that you just walk through.
Yes.
It means you come knowing that there is no legal hindrance between the two countries for their people to move to and fro.
So swo vula swa ku munhu wo ti fambela nje kambe wo tiva swa ku hi nawu a ku na nchumu lexi nga n'wi sivelaka ku va a suka hala a ta nghena haleni.
Correct?
Agree.
Ndza pfumela.
Those are the questions we have for the witness, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Mr. Mnyandu.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner. We have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Do we have any appearance on behalf of SERI?
Commissioner, I'm Tando George from SERI, and we have no questions for the witness.
Thank you, Ms. George. Advocate Siminya.
Chair, the report to which the covering letter by the DG, may that be admitted into evidence?
The statement, you mean?
It looks like a report rather than a statement, Chair. It just has a covering letter with the authority of the DG. Or perhaps to have it as an exhibit with LM1 together with the covering letter. May that be admitted into evidence as exhibit LM1, Chair.
Yes. Interpretation.
Ku vuriwa leswaku papila leriya ri amukeriwile kutani ku tiyisisiwa leswaku swi amukeriwa tanihi vumbhoni.
Mr. Matsaung, thank you very much for coming to appear before this commission. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you.
Chair, will this be a convenient stage, Chair, to take the tea adjournment?
Yes. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes. Advocate Minya.
Chair and Madam Commissioners, another change in sequence. We propose to have the evidence of the executive mayor, who is at the stand. With your permission, may I swear the mayor in?
Yes, you may.
Please give us your full names.
You may sit down, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. My name is Councillor Kabelo Kwamanda, the Executive Mayor in the City of Johannesburg.
You have no objection in taking the oath, do you?
I don't have an objection.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Okay. What I propose to do with you, Mayor, is to go through with you the statement contents, have your input to those that you may want to amplify, and get done. You follow?
I do.
That will be in tandem with what Mr. Koza will be doing, i.e. interpreting your evidence to every one of us. You follow?
I do.
Ayike kuqale ngokuthi ufakazi okhona lapha imeya yedolobha ifakaze ukuthi phakamise isandla ukuthi izokhuluma iqiniso lodwa ebufakazini ezobethula khona manje uzishilo igama lakhe imeya uMnumzana uKabelo Kwamanda ngemva kwalokho ke uadvocate ube esemtshela ukuthi njengoba lapha uzongena kwistatement sakhe uzomcela ukuthi akhulume afuna ukugcizelela nokuveza kuleso statement futhi uTolika uzobe khona eduze ukuze asize ukutolika kulokho kuzobe kuxoxwa ngakho.
To your documents, Chair and Commissioner, you will go to page 635, which is where the statement of the mayor is. It will be the last document, I believe, in your files.
We don't have page 65.
635.
635.
Yes.
Thank you.
As you correctly say, Mr. Mayor, you are the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg. Correct?
That is correct.
Uyiqiniso yini ukuthi ngempela uyimeya yedolobha laseGoli ufakazi uthi yebo kuyiqiniso.
And this is since 2023 in the month of May.
That is correct.
Kusukela ngenyanga kaMay 2023 uyakufakazela ufakazi ukuthi lokho kunjalo.
In preparing your statement, you deal with the background and purpose of the affidavit and tell us that it provides an overview of the governance responsibilities attached to the position of executive mayor.
That is correct.
Ku statement sakho uye wachaza kancane ngesizinda nemvelaphi noma umlando omfushane nenjongo yokubhalwa kwalesi sifungo kwalencwadi efungelwe okuhambisana nomsebenzi osuke ubekwe emahlombe emeya yedolobha. Uyavuma ukuthi kunjalo.
Also provides an overview of the city's overall position in relation to the tragedy which occurred at Usindiso building on 31 August 2023.
That is correct.
Uphinde futhi usho amazwibela alokho idolobha elinakho uma kuthintwa isigameko esenzeka ngomhla ka 31 August 2023. Ufakazi uthi kunjalo.
And the affidavit outlines your observations of the challenges which the city faces in respect of the property management, security, and human settlement portfolios.
That is correct.
Uphinde futhi kuyistatement sakhe usho lokho okubonile noma okuphawulile ngokuphathelene nalokho idolobha elibhekana nakho elibheka njengezingqinamba uma kuziwa ekuhlalisweni kwabantu edolobheni kanye nokuvikeleka.
And to comment on the ideal solutions for resolving the crisis emanating from the hijacked buildings within the city.
That is also correct.
Uphinde futhi kuso istatimende sakhe esifungelwe uphinde uqhamuke nezixazululo ezifiselekayo ebezingalandelwa ezisetshenziswe idolobha. Uyavuma futhi ufakazi ukuthi kunjalo.
Which are called bad buildings.
That is correct.
Isixazululo kulokho okubizwa ngokuthi amabhilidi asesimweni esibi.
In paragraph 6 of your affidavit, you say, I also wish to, on behalf of the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Council, express your sincerest and heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of all those who perished in the Usindiso building fire on that fateful morning of 31 August 2023.
Uphinde futhi uthi lapha ya kunombolo 6 westatimende sakho une sifiso sokuzwakalisa egameni ledolobha laseGoli nomkhandlu walo ukuzwakalisa ukuzwelana okusuka enhlizweni nokukhalela labo imindeni elahlekelwe abangani nabo bonke abantu abafa kulesi sigameko somlilo owaqubuka ebhilidini Usindiso okwenzeka ngomhla ka 31 August 2023.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso kunjalo.
You described the tragedy as unprecedented and whose occurrence remains a painful moment in the life of the city, you say.
Uphinde futhi wachaza lesi sigameko njengesigameko esibhlungu ngempela esasingalindelekile esenzeka esashiya kunamanxeba asasele kubantu ikakhulukazi nakulo idolobha ngokwalo.
That is correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
Of those who met the untimely death in this fire, you tell us that 12 were children whose growth and future were in the most gruesome of incidents abruptly cut short.
Uphinde futhi washo kwistatimende sakho ukuthi phakathi kwabantu abaficwa ukufa ngalobu busuku phakathi kwabo kwakunezingane eziyi12 kulezo zingane ukuphila kwazo nekusasa lazo elanqamuka kungalindelekile futhi zafa kabuhlungu ngesikhathi zilimala kulenhlekelele.
That is correct.
The tragedy was of such magnitude that the president of the country, you tell us, as well as the premier, attended to the scene.
Uthe futhi lenhlekelele yayinkulu kakhulu kangangokuthi umongameli wezwe kanye nondunankulu wezwe beza endaweni yesigameko.
That is correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
And you will lastly be dealing with the complex and what you call systemic challenges that are impeding the realization of access to adequate housing in the city.
Ubeke ekugcineni ubese usho ukuthi manje ubhekene nezingqinamba ezinkimbinkimbi uma kuziwa ekutheni kutholakala izindawo ezikahle zokuhlala edolobheni.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso.
You tell us that the evidence of the various city officials that came and testified before the commission are correct.
Uphinde futhi wasitshela ukuthi izikhulu ezihlukahlukene ezivela noma kuyidolobha eziyezazalizezo kwethula ubufakazi lapha zithule ubufakazi obunembile kunjalo.
That is correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
Then you deal with the establishment of the city in terms of Notice 6766 on the 1st of October of 2000 when the city was established.
Ube futhi sowukhuluma noma ngalesi saziso esibizwa ngo6766 esenziwa ngomhla ka October 2000.
Correct.
And its establishment defines its life from the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998 and
Futhi-
classified as a Category A municipality.
futhi ukusungulwa kwaso ngasinye kuvumelana nemithetho yomasipala esebenzayo okuwumthetho 117 ka-1998.
That is correct.
1998, excuse me.
And your mayoral system, to which you are a head, is in line with Chapter 4, you tell us, of the Structures Act.
Futhi nawe ke njengomsebenzi ohlelayo njengemeya uvumelana nesigaba sesine somthetho wohlaka lomasipala okuwumthetho 54 no 55.
That is correct.
The powers and functions of your role as executive mayor are stated amongst others. An executive mayor is entitled to receive reports from committees of the municipal council and to forward those reports together with a recommendation to council when the matter cannot be disposed of by the executive mayor in terms of the executive mayor's delegated powers.
Uphinde futhi wachaza ukuthi eminye yemigomo noma amandla nomsebenzi obekwe emahlombe emeya yedolobha okokuqala uhilela ukuthola noma ukuthola imbiko esuke lembiko ivela emakomidini omkhandlu womasipala ebese idluliselwa kuwe ikanye nezincomo eziya emkhandlwini uma zingeke zikwazi ukudluliselwa noma mhlambe zilandelwe ngokwemthetho yemeya yedolobha ukuthi inikeze abanye uma yona inikezwe lawo mandla.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso.
To the best of your ability, Mayor, you say since your election, you have sought to exercise your duties diligently and to the best interest of the residents of Johannesburg, and to do so with total adherence to the legislation that governs the city and your position as executive mayor.
Ngokusho kwakho meya uthi ngalo lonke ikhono lakho nangawo onke amandla akho ukusukela waqokwa uye wakwenza konke okusemandleni akho ukuze ufeze izintshisekelo zomphakathi wasedolobheni laseGoli futhi lokhu ubukwenza ulandela umthetho obekiwe okuwumthetho olawula amadolobha ngokwesikhundla sakho njengemeya.
That is correct.
And you also point us to Section 26 of the Constitution that deals with access to adequate housing.
Ube futhi sewusicaphunela umthetho sisekelo ekuwona okuyisigaba 26 esikhuluma ngokutholakala kwezindawo zokuhlala.
That is correct.
Tell me if I'm reading it correctly. The section would read, everyone has a right of access to adequate housing.
Ngicela ungitshele ukuthi ngifunda kahle uma kuyikho yini lokho ukuthi wonke umuntu unelungelo lokuthi athole indawo yokuhlala efanele.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso.
The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within available resources to achieve progressive realization of that right.
Uhulumeni kufanele athathe zonke izinyathelo ezivumelana nomthetho ukuqiniseka ukuthi kuba khona izinsiza ezizokwenza ukuthi leli lungelo lifinyeleleke.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso.
Attendant to that is the provision of the PI Act, which is Prevention of Unlawful Occupation and Illegal Eviction Act 19 of 1998.
Ngaphezu kwalokho kunomthetho obizwa ngokuthi iPI Act okhulunywa ngokususwa kwabantu uma besuswa behlayeli ngendaweni engemthetho okuwumthetho 19 ka-1989.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso.
And within available resources, you recognize the fact that the city is obliged to provide adequate housing.
Futhi ngokwezinsiza ezisuke zikhona uyavuma ukuthi idolobha linesibopho sokuthi kufanele lihlinzeke ngezindlu ezifanele.
Correct?
Can you please repeat what you just read?
That you recognize the fact that the city has an obligation to provide adequate housing, but that must happen within available resources.
That is correct, sir.
ucelile ukuthi amphindele imeya wayesempindela ukuthi idolobha linesibopho sokuthi lihlinzeke izakhamuzi zalo ngendawo efanele yokuhlala kodwa kuye ngezinsiza ezisuke zikhona uyavuma ukuthi kunjalo.
And that the Constitution has a qualifier to that, with a realization that there might be limitations of resources in realization of the right to housing.
Umthetho sisekelo uyakweneza ukukhona okushoyo ngalokho ukuthi nakuba nihlinzeka izindlu kodwa noma izindawo zokuhlala kodwa kufanele kube ukuthi zikhona izinsiza kusebenza ezivumela ukuthi kuhlinzekwe lezo zindawo zokuhlala.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso lo.
You point us to the fact that the city does not possess enough land and monetary means to enable it to give alternative accommodation to people occupying bad buildings unlawfully and or otherwise.
Ukuvezile ukuthi njengamanje idolobha alinazo izinsiza ezifanele ezinjengomhlaba kanye nezimali elingakwazi ngazo ukuhlinzeka abantu abahleli emabhilidini ngokungafanele.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso.
There too are legal precedents you indicate that in the matter of City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality versus Blue Moonlight Properties, 39 Pty Ltd, and another, with the citation of the Constitutional Court there, the court had to determine whether it was just and equitable to evict unlawful occupiers from a privately owned building under the PI Act, and whether the city had to afford the evictees emergency interim accommodation.
Ubese ucaphuna indaba esezithebeni zenkantolo ephakathi kwedolobha laseGoli kanye neBloomlight Properties Pty Ltd ukuthi yethulwa enkantolo yomthetho sisekelo ukuthi inqume ukuthi kwakufanele yini ukuthi abantu abahlala kuleli bhilidi ngokungemthetho bakhishwe bese besiwa kwelinye ibhilidi lo muntu ozimele ngokuvumelana nomthetho obizwa ngokuthi iPi Act nokuthi idolobha lalizokwazi yini ukubatholela izindawo zokuhlala zesikhashana.
That is correct.
And you also say the court in that matter held that the city unreasonably and thus unconstitutionally breached the occupier's right of access to adequate housing under Section 26 of the Constitution by not providing the occupiers with temporary accommodation.
Wabese uchazile futhi kwistatimende sakho ukuthi inkantolo yomthetho sisekelo yabe seyithi idolobha liphule umthetho ngokuthi likhipha abantu abahlala kuleli bhilidi bese lingabaniki indawo efanele yokuhlala ngokuvumelana nesigaba 26 somthetho sisekelo ukuthi banganikwa indawo yokuhlala yesikhashana.
That is correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
Against paragraph 20, you say, particularly in circumstances in which the evictees' imminent eviction would render them homeless.
Kusigaba 20 noma kunombolo 20 uthe lokhu kusebenza ikakhulu ezimweni lapho ukukhishwa kwalaba bantu ebhilidini kuzobenza babe abantu abangondinga sithebeni noma bangenayo indawo yokuhlala.
That is correct.
Your interpretation of the court judgment is that the practical implication now for the city is that you have a constitutional obligation to avail temporary accommodation to residents of the city within your available means.
Uma uchaza ke lokhu okushiwo inkantolo yomthetho sisekelo ukuthi idolobha selinesibopho manje ngokuvumelana nomthetho sisekelo ukuthi lifunele laba bantu indawo yokuhlala yesikhashana lezi zakhamuzi zaseGoli kodwa kuye ngokuthi izinsiza ezikhona zingakanani.
That is correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
Mayor, you also gave us the city's position in relation to its property management.
Uphinde
Portfolio,
futhi
right?
wasichazela ukuthi limiphi idolobha uma kuziwa ekulawulweni kwezakhiwo.
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso.
And to say in terms of the constitution and other applicable legislation, the city is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that there is provision of municipal services within its area of jurisdiction.
Uthe ngokusho komthetho noma ngokomthetho wesisekelo osebenzayo njengamanje idolobha linesibopho esisemahlombe awo okuqinisekisa ukuthi lihlinzeka ngezinsiza endaweni eliphathisiwe ukuthi linakekele.
And you say, don't you, Mayor, that with a view of deriving maximum benefit from the principles of performance-based contracting, the city elected to deliver its property management and development services through the Johannesburg Property Company.
Ube futhi usuthi kulesi statement sakho ngokombono walokho osekuchaziwe ukuze izakhamuzi zizuze ngokuphelele futhi nomsebenzi wenziwe kahle kuye kwedingeka ukuthi kube nesivumelwano ngakho idolobha liye laqoka ukuthi ukuze kuphatheke kahle ukuphathwa kwezakhiwo kufanele liqoke lokho elikubiza ngokuthi Johannesburg Property Company noma JPC.
And that JPC is wholly owned and controlled by the city.
Futhi leyo JPC
Yes.
leyo JPC iyonke ilawulwa futhi ingaphansi kwedolobha.
That's correct.
The JPC, you say, therefore serves as a service delivery mechanism for the city, its primary focus being that of managing the city's full property portfolio.
Ube futhi sewuthi le JPC isebenza njengehlinzeka noma njengendlela yokuhlinzeka izinsiza kodwa imelela idolobha ngokuyinhloko isuke inikezwe nje umthwalo wokuthi iphathe izakhiwo ezingaphansi kwedolobha ngokuphelele.
That's correct.
Iqiniso.
And managing the city's property portfolio would include, amongst other things you say, ensuring that the city derives value from the properties it owns through the leasing or sale of those properties.
Uphinde futhi washo wathi ukuze idolobha likwazi ukulawula kahle ngokweportfolio ebekiwe phakathi kwezinye izinto kufanele liqiniseke ukuthi ziyenzeka ukuthi idolobha liyazuza kumabhilidi noma ezakhiweni elinazo ngokuthi lokhu likwenze ngokuthi liqashise ngazo noma lizidayise.
That's correct.
And you hold a view that the city's properties are well maintained and developed.
Futhi nikholelwa ukuthi izakhiwo zedolobha zinakekelwa kahle futhi zithuthukiswe kahle.
That is correct.
Mayor, are you telling us that turning to the Usindiso building, this is a city-owned building located within the inner city, south?
Uma sesiphenduka manje sibheka ibhilidi Usindiso uthe leli bhilidi lingaphansi noma liphethwe ngokuphelele idolobha futhi lingaphakathi edolobheni ngaseningizimu.
That's correct.
Now, you say the building forms part of the property portfolio which the JPC is mandated to manage on the city's behalf.
Futhi uphinde wathi na leli bhilidi Usindiso lingaphansi kweportfolio noma lisiphathiswe ukuthi lilawulwe futhi liqondiswe iJPC kodwa iJPC ikwenza lokho egameni ledolobha.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
And you say the building is one of many buildings in the city, publicly and privately owned, which are problematic and pose a public health risk.
futhi uchazele libhilidi laso Usindiso ukuthi lingelinye phakathi kwamabhilidi amaningi asedolobheni, kungaba amabhilidi awumasipala noma amabhilidi aphethwe abantu ngokuzimele, kodwa liphakathi kwamabhilidi abhekwa njengamabhilidi ayinkinga futhi nabeka ukuphila kwabantu engozini.
And you
That's-
say,
That's correct.
that's correct, right? You also say that the buildings are subject to ongoing litigation by the city to obtain eviction order through the courts.
Futhi uphinde wanezela ukuthi leli bhilidi lingaphansi kwamabhilidi asetshenzwa ngokuqondile idolobha ukuze ithole imvume noma umyalelo wenkantolo ukuthi abantu bakhishwe kulona.
That's correct.
And you say what you have learned from the evidence led before this commission is that Usindiso was leased out to support a social mandate. Simply put, it was leased out to an NGO for the social purpose of looking after and housing vulnerable women and children at the time.
Futhi okunye okushilo ukuthi uzwile ebufakazini obethulelwe lezi zithebe zenkantolo ukuthi uyibhilidi Usindiso liqashiselwe abantu ababelisebenzisela ukuzuzisa umphakathi. Ngamanye amazwi laliqashiselwe inhlangano engenzi inzuzo, i-NGO, futhi okunhloso yayo kwakuwukuthi ihlalise abesifazane kanye nezingane ngaleso sikhathi ababengenabani.
That's correct.
The information at your disposal is that the NGO was funded by the Provincial Department of Social Development from the date of conclusion of the lease agreement in 2003 up until the Social Development Department withdrew its funding in 2015.
Ngokusho ngokwazi kwakho okwaziyo ukuthi le nhlangano engenzi inzuzo noma i-NGO yayixhaswa ngokwezimali umnyango wezesifundazwe wezenhlalakahle noma ukuthuthukiswa kwezomphakathi kusukela ngesikhathi kwenziwa isivumelwano nedolobha esenziwa ngo-2003 kwaze kwaba ngesikhathi umxhasi walo umnyango wezekuthuthukiswa komphakathi ehoxa eyeka ukulixhasa ngo-2015.
That's correct.
Against paragraph 30, you say, the funding was furnished as proof by the NGO to the JPC to demonstrate that it would be able to undertake the required maintenance, security, and cleaning of the building during the term of the lease agreement.
Futhi ushilo ukuthi ngesikhathi kwenziwa isivumelwano ufakazi obuvelile bokuthi ngempela lenhlangano i-NGO noma inhlangano engenzi inzuzo yayisekelwa ixhaswa ngokwezimali bethulwa kwi-JPC yabubona ngoba ibona ubufakazi obufakazela ukuthi le NGO yayizokwazi ukulinakekela leli bhilidi, ikwazi ukulivikela i-security futhi ikwazi ukuligcina lihlanzekile ngesikhathi kwesesenziwa isivumelwano sokuqashiselana.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
And brought to your attention was that during the subsistence of the lease agreement, the NGO peacefully occupied the building and duly paid its rental.
Futhi ngokwazi kwakho watshelwa ukuthi phakathi nalesi sikhathi sesivumelwano sokuqashiselana lenhlangano engenzi inzuzo i-NGO yahlala ngokuthula kuleli bhilidi futhi yaqhubeka ikhokha lokho kwakufanele ikukhokhele njengerent ngesikhathi sesivumelwano.
That's correct.
The NGO, also is your information, was after the termination of its term, it continued to occupy the building on a month-to-month basis. And in that period, until 1 September 2016, made 3 payments towards rental.
Ngokwazi kwakho futhi ukuthi kwanele kwathi uma sekunqanyulweke isivumelwano sokuqashiselana kodwa le nhlangano engenzi inzuzo yaqhubeka ihleli kuleli bhilidi laso Usindiso, kodwa ngaleso sikhathi ke manje kwase kuyisivumelwano senyanga nenyanga nje kuphela yokukhokha okwakuthatha cishe iminyaka emithathu kulokhu kusebenza leso sivumelwano senyanga nenyanga.
And it was subsequently vacated during 2018.
Futhi le nhlangano engenzi inzuzo noma le NGO yagcina ke iphumile ngonyaka ka2018.
Mayor, your response?
That's true.
Kunjalo.
Also brought to your attention is that from the evidence led before this commission, it was after the NGO vacated the Usindiso building that the complaints relating to the occupancy of the Usindiso building first surfaced.
Futhi ke okunye futhi okushilo ngokubufakazi bakho ukuthi kwase kungemva kokuba le NGO noma le nhlangano engenzi inzuzo isiphumile ebhilidini Usindiso lapho kwaqala khona ukuzwakala izikhalazo zabantu abahlala ngaphakathi ukuthi kukhona okungasahambi kahle kodwa iNGO yayingasekho.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
And you have further learned that the city's distinct portfolios collaborated in order to respond to the complaints and address the looming threats of an invasion into the Usindiso building.
Futhi uphinde wanezela ebufakazini bakho ukuthi ama-portfolio ahlukahlukene edolobha ahlangana ukuze athi ukuxoxa ngalezi izikhalazo ezazivela ngoba kwakubonakala ukuthi lezi zinsongo zase zikhona zokuthi bakhona abantu abasebezongena ngenkani kuleli bhilidi Usindiso.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
You also say from your analysis of the evidence led, the city's diverse portfolios collaborated in, amongst others, the following ways to address the looming threats of an invasion.
Uphinde futhi washo ebufakazini bakho obethulile ukuthi kulobu bufakazi obasebuxoxwa manje obethulwe kule commission idolobha laphinde lahlanganisa ama-portfolio ahlukahlukene phakathi kwakho ukuze axoxe noma adingide lezi zinsongo ezazilokhu zizwakala zokuthi kukhona abasongela ngokungena ngenkani ebhilidini.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
So you know and say that a joint inspection of the Usindiso building was conducted by Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Department and the JPC in July of 2018.
Futhi ushilo ukuthi kwathi ke ngoJuly 2018 kwase kuba khona ukubambisana okwaba khona kwangihanjwa kwayiwa kuleli bhilidi loSindiso lapho kwakukhona amaphoyisa kamasipala noma imetro kanye nabe JPC abakwenza lokho ngenyanga kaJuly 2018.
That is correct.
And you say in that joint inspection, it was confirmed that the structure of the building remained intact. However, it was noted with concern that the occupants of the Usindiso building had begun to privately lease out rooms to the public.
Ushilo futhi ukuthi ngesikhathi kuhanjwa ke kuyohlolwa leli bhilidi abahamba bafike balithola ukuthi cha isakhiwo salo sisami ngendlela okufanele sime ngayo sisaqinile kodwa into eyayikhathaza ukuthi abantu abebehlala ngaphakathi kuleli bhilidi Usindiso basebeqalile ukuziqashisela bona amakamelo athile bevulela umphakathi ukuba uze uzoqasha ngaphakathi kuleli bhilidi.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
And also engagements were held between JPC Social Development and the Johannesburg Social Housing Company, JOSCO, to ascertain whether it was possible for the Usindiso building to be transferred to social development or sold to JOSCO, as it no longer had a legal tenant and was at risk of being invaded.
Uphinde futhi wathi phakathi naleso sikhathi kwaba khona izingxoxo ezabanjwa phakathi kweJPC, umnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi social development kanye nomnyango wezezinkampani zaseGoli zokuthuthukiswa komphakathi iJOSCO ukuze kuhlonzwe ukuthi kungenzeka yini ukuthi leli bhilidi losindiso lithathwe manje linikezwe umnyango wezomphakathi wokuthuthukiswa komphakathi noma lidayiselwe iJOSCO ngenxa yokuthi abantu abasebehlala lapha yakuleli bhilidi basebehlala manje hayi ngokosemthethweni kanti ke futhi kwakukhona nosongo lokuthi bakhona basongela ngokuthi bazongena bahlale ngodli kuleli bhilidi.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso.
On 30 July 2018, you say the JPC, together with the ward councillor at the time, attempted to engage the occupants at Usindiso building, but were faced with physical resistance and violence from the occupants.
Uphinde futhi wathi ngomhla kaJuly 30, 2018, iJPC ihamba nekhansela noma le ward ikhansela le ward ngaleso sikhathi bazama ukuthi baye kuleli ability bayoxoxisana nabantu abahlala ngaphakathi ebilidini. Kodwa uma befika isimo sizange sibe sihle ngoba bafike abantu bakhona baxabana nabo baba nodlame kubona.
That is correct.
And
Kunjalo.
against 34.4 paragraph, you say JPC and the JMPD together effectively responded to an invasion of the Usindiso building in October 2018 and removed 70 illegal occupants and further upgraded security of the building to deter any further threats of an invasion.
Kanti kunombolo 34.4 uthe iJPC ibambisene neJMPD babe sebeya lapha beyobhekana ngqo nalesi simo sabantu abebefuna ukungena ngenkani ebhilidini Usindiso kwathi ngokwakungu October ka2018 futhi uma bafike bakhipha abantu abangu70 ababehlala ngokungemthetho ngaphakathi kuleli bhilidi kanti emva kwalokho babe sebezama ukubona ukuthi bangalungisa yini futhi baqinise ezokuphepha kwaleli bhilidi ukuze banqande ezinye izinsongo zokuthi kube khona futhi abazongena ngodli ebhilidini.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
That various stakeholders of the city met with the occupants of the Usindiso building in October of 2018 to discuss the status of the building, pave a way forward in respect of its occupancy, and agree on the occupancy audit to be conducted.
Uphinde futhi wathi inhlaka ezihlukahlukene zedolobha zaphinde zahamba futhi zayohlangana nabantu abahlala kulo leli bhilidi Usindiso ngo-October 2018 ukuze bathi ukuxoxa nazo ngesimo ibhilidi elalikuso futhi baphendla indlela eyaphambili yokuthi ukuhlala kulo kwakuzokwenziwa kanjani futhi kuvunyelwane ngokuthi kube khona isikhathi lapho kuzoziwe ebhilidini lihlolwe isimo salo.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
And despite all notable efforts and steps taken by the city to address the looming threats of an invasion, you are advised that the Usindiso building was invaded by illegal occupants on 24 December of 2018.
Ubeke sewuthi naphezu kwayo yonke lemizamo ebonakalayo nenyathelo ezathathwa idolobha ukuze libhekane nokungena ngodli okwakusongela ngaleso sikhathi wena njengemeya watshelwa ukuthi ibhilidi Usindiso kwenzeka ukuthi ngonyaka ka2018 ngoDecember 24 kwabe sekuba khona abantu abafikayo ke ngokungemthetho bangena bahlala phakathi ebhilidini.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
There was a subsequent joint operation conducted, what is otherwise called a blitz, of the Usindiso building in early 2019, together with the Department of Home Affairs. It was at this stage confirmed that the Usindiso building had indeed been hijacked.
Ube futhi sewuthi ke kwathi ke idolobha selibambisene nabanye lahamba ke manje futhi la kwenza lokhu phecelezi okubizwa ukuthi iblitz noma ukuhamba ndawonye kuyokwenziwa ioperation ethile la lapha ya ebhilidini Usindiso ekuqaleni konyaka ka-2019 lalingahambi lodwa kodwa lalihambisana nomnyango wezangaphakathi. Yilapho-ke lathi uma lifika kwafike kwabasobala kwahlaluka ukuthi ngempela ibhilidi Usindiso laselithathwe ngenkani.
That's correct.
You then deal with what you say are your observations of the challenges and what can be possible solutions.
Ubeke manje ukhuluma ngalokho wena okubona njengeyingqinamba nalokho futhi okubona njengezixazululo ezingahle zenziwe.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
You say there are intersecting challenges with respect to property management and you begin to list them below.
Ubeke uchaza ke lezi zingqinamba ezithinta iminyango ehlukahlukene uma kuziwa ekuphathweni kwezakhiwo. Ubeke uzibala ke ngezansi lezo zingqinamba.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
At a high level, your observation include the budgetary constraints which may hinder the effective management and maintenance of the building within the inner city.
Ekokuqala nje okubeke equlwini ukuthi ukungabikho kwesabelo sezimali esanele nakho kuyanqinda umsebenzi okufanele wenziwe uma kuziwe kulawulweni nasekunakekelweni kwamabhilidi angaphakathi edolobheni.
That's correct.
Invasion of the buildings after a lessee has vacated a building.
Kanti ingqinamba enye futhi oyibalile ukungena kwabantu ngenkani ebhilidini ngemva kokuba lo beliqashile esehambile.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
The volume of individuals requiring transitional emergency accommodation, as well as the constitutional obligation placed on the city to provide transitional housing for evictees of hijacked buildings.
Umthamo wabantu abasuke bedinga lokho kubizwa ngokuthi i-TEA kanye njengoba kusho umthetho sekelo ngokwesibopho sokuthi idolobha kufanele lihlinzeke abantu ngeindawo zokuhlala zesikhashana uma bekhishwa emabhilidini athathwe ngenkani.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
You say it is apparent from the evidence led in respect of the property management that there are budgetary constraints which hinder the JPC from fully executing its mandate in respect of property management.
Ubese uthi kuyacaca ngokobufakazi ke osebubonakele ukuthi ukulawulwa nokuphathwa kwezakhiwo into esuke beyingqinamba kuyo isabelo sezimali esenza ke ukuthi nayi iJPC ingabi sakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wayo ngokugcwele lona ephathiswe wona ekunakekeleni izakhiwo zedolobha.
That is correct.
You also note that the JPC is constrained financially because, amongst other things, it has a limited budget available for property management given the city's prioritization of service delivery departments.
Ubese usho futhi ukuthi into enza kube nzima ngeJPC ngempela iyona indaba yezimali phakathi kwayo ukuba nesabelo sezimali esilinganiselwe uma kuziwe kunakeleni izakhiwo ezisedolobheni noma ukuzibeka equlwini lezo zinsiza okufanele zinikezwe leyo mnyango.
That's correct.
That it also requires a security budget to secure a building after the expiry of a lease agreement to prevent invasions.
Uphinde futhi washo ukuthi enye into edingekayo isabelo sezimali esizosiza ukutholakala kwabaqaphi noma isecurity ebazoqapha isakhiwo uma umuntu obesiqashile sesibani ebhilidini.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
Now, you say the JPC is further hamstrung in its efforts to effectively manage the city's property portfolio by the lack of adequate funding for transitional emergency accommodations.
Uphinde futhi wanezela ukuthi enye into efike ime emqaleni uma kuziwa kuJPC emzamweni yayo ukuthi inakekele idolobha yikho futhi ukuntuleka koxhaso uma kuziwa ekuhlinzekweni kwezindawo zokuhlala zesikhashana zokukhoselisa abantu abakhishiwe.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
As a city, you accept and acknowledge the budgetary constraints that different municipal entities are faced with, and that a substantial amount of capital is required for upgrades and maintenance of building in a city.
Futhi njengedolobha uyavuma futhi uyakwamukela ukuthi ingcindezi yesabelo sezimali yiyo futhi eyenza kube nzima ngoba kudingeka imali eyisamba engasiza ekuthuthukiseni kanye nasekunakekelweni kwezakhiwo ezingaphakathi edolobheni.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
You tell us as a city that the above is also compounded by the rapid migration into the city of persons from other countries and provinces within South Africa, as well as a large and growing population of legal and illegal foreign immigrants who, under our legal system, our legal jurisprudence, enjoy similar socio-economic rights as accorded to South Africans.
Uphinde futhi wathi ngaphezulu kwakho konke lokhu enye into ephinde yenezele ukuthutheleka kwabantu bethutheleka bezohlala edolobheni. Laba bantu basuka kwamanye amadolobha noma kwezinye izifundazwe zalapha eNingizimu Afrika. Kanti kube futhi nawukwanda nje komphakathi wabantu abavela kwamanye amazwe, abantu endaweni enakekelwa idolobha okufanele futhi nabo bajabulele inhlalomnotho namalungelo enhlalomnotho anikezwa abantu baseNingizimu Afrika.
You suggest possible solutions, Mayor.
Ubekese uhlongoza ixazululo.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
You say more needs to be done to manage buildings during the subsistence of the lease to prevent their deterioration.
Uthe kuningi okufanele kwenziwe ukuze kulawulwe futhi kuphathwe kahle izakhiwo ezisuke ziqashisiwe ukuze kugwemeke ukuthi ziwohloke.
Yes?
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
That regular inspections of the buildings are needed during this period to verify occupancy, and lease agreements need to be monitored closely for possible expiry.
Ube futhi sewenezela ukuthi kufanele kube nokuhlolwa okwenziwa njalo kwamabhilidi ukuze kuqinisekiswe nje ukuthi abantu abahlala ngaphakathi kwawo abantu abanjani, nokuqinisekisa futhi ukuthi izivumelwano ezenziwe zokuqashiselwa nazo zibekwa iso ukuze kubonakale uma sekusondela lapho ziphelelwa khona isikhathi.
That's correct.
It is also correct to say as a possible solution that interdepartmental cohesion and communication is required.
Uphinde futhi wenezela ukuthi njengoba usho kahle ukuthi iminyango ehlukahlukene kufanele ibambisane futhi ixhumane ukuze konke kuhambe ngokwesidingo esisuke sikhona.
That's correct.
Therefore, you say JPC, for example, must effectively communicate with and notify the JMPD when a lease agreement has expired in order for adequate security to be provided within budget.
Ubese uthi ke ngokwesibonelo nje iJPC kufanele ixhumane neJMPD uma seyibona ukuthi isivumelwano sokuqashiselana sesiphelelwe isikhathi ukuze iJMPD ihambe iyogada noma iqaphe isakhiwo ibe isebenzisa isabelo sezimali eyabelwe sona sokwenza lokho.
That's correct.
Also, as you say, simply put, as a city, you need to take charge of your buildings to avoid their deterioration and possible invasions of the buildings, city's buildings.
Ngamazwi alula nje uthi idolobha kufanele likubeke ezandleni zalo ukuqapha amabhilidi alo ukuze ligweme ukuthi awohloke futhi ligweme ukungenwa ngenkana abantu abasuke beza bazongena emabhilidini edolobha.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
And you say this must be done through the efficient use and deployment of the city's resources, both financial and physical, as well as stringent bylaw enforcement.
Utheke ukuze kwenzeke lokhu kufanele kusetshenziswe kahle izinsiza kusebenza ezizokunikezelwa ukubhekelela lokho zedolobha. Kokubili lezi zinsiza kusebenza kungaba izinsiza kusebenza zezimali noma ezingokoqobo, bese futhi qiniswa ukubheka ukuthi imithetho yomasipala iyathotshelwa.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
And you say out of the tragedy of Usindiso building, you have also identified a new legal strategy that has allowed the city to seek declaratory orders from the courts to evacuate people from unsafe and hazardous buildings as opposed to the eviction applications, which have been fiercely contested and often protracted.
Ubese uthi ke lenhlekelele yasosindiso isiyenze ukuthi manje niqhamuke nesu elisha lezomthetho osokufanele lilandelwe elibizwa ngokuthi i-declaratory orders. Lolu hlelo olusha luzokwenza ukuthi izinkantolo zivume ukususwa kwabantu ezindaweni eziyingozi noma emabhilidini angase abeka abantu engozini, kunokuthi nihambe niyofaka izicelo zokubakhipha, imvamisa okuvama ukuthi lezo ziphonselwe inselele.
That is correct.
To date, you say, as a possible solution, you have successfully managed to obtain 10 evacuation orders for buildings within the inner city, and are grateful to our courts as these orders place less stringent requirements in relation to transitional emergency accommodations.
Ubese uthi kuze kufike namuhla nikwazile ukuhamba nisuse abantu nathola imiyalelo yenkantolo eyishumi yokuthi ningabasusa abantu emabhilidini asuke eyingozi ngaphakathi kulo, futhi niyayibonga inkantolo ngaleyo miyalelo yenkantolo ngoba lokhu kwenze kwathi ukuthamba kancane uma kuziwa endaweni zokukhoselisa abantu esikhashana.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
From paragraph 51, you say, in terms of section 26 of the Constitution, everyone has a right to have access to adequate housing. This is a right we acknowledge and respect without a reservation.
Futhi ngomthetho wokuhlaliswa kwabantu kuthe ngaphansi kokuhlaliswa kwabantu, umthetho okuyisigaba 26 womthetho sisekelo uthi wonke umuntu unelungelo lokuthola indawo efanele yokuhlala, futhi nani niyakwamukela lokhu futhi niyakuhlonipha ngaphandle kwembandela.
That is correct.
The position of the city is that government is enjoined to take reasonable legislative and other measures within available resources to achieve the progressive realization of that right.
Futhi uthe kuloku number 52, uhulumeni naye unesandla angasifaka ngemithetho esuke ishayiwe ukuze qiniseke ukuthi kunenyathelo ezikhona nezinsiza ezingasiza ukuthi leli lungelo lokuthi umuntu abe nendawo yokuhlala lifezeke.
That is correct.
Also, the position is that municipalities must therefore, as part of their integrated development planning, take all necessary steps to ensure that the inhabitants of their area of jurisdiction have access to adequate housing on a progressive basis.
Ngakho ke uthe omasipala ke bonke omasipala kufanele ke njengoba beyingxenye ebalulekile ekuthuthukisweni kwalolu hlelo lokuhlaliswa kwabantu, ngakho kufanele bathathe izinyathelo ezizwakalayo nezinyathelo ezifanele ukuze baqiniseke ukuthi izakhamuzi ezingaphansi kwalapho benikezwe khona igunya ziyakuthola izindlu ezifanele, zithole nezinsiza ezisisekelo.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
And as a city, you work with national and provincial government to enhance the effectiveness of human settlement programs and set local human settlements delivery goals.
Futhi uthi njengedolobha nisebenza kanye nohulumeni kazwelonke nohulumeni wesifundazwe ukuze nithuthukise ukuphumelela kwalezi zinhlelo zokuhlaliswa kwabantu njengoba zibekwe imigomo esuke ibekelwe umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu uma benikezwa izinsiza.
That's correct.
And that the city is further responsible for the provision of bulk infrastructure for the areas projects that are eligible for the development of housing projects.
Uthe futhi idolobha linikezwe umthwalo omkhulu semahlombe awo wokuhlinzeka ngenqala sizinda ezindaweni noma lihlinzeke ngalokho kubizwa ngokuthi ama project imisebenzi efanele ukuze kuthuthukiswe lolu hlelo.
The city administers, you say, various subsidy grants programs aimed at enabling appropriate and diverse settlement interventions.
Ubese uthi futhi idolobha ke manje liqondisa uxhaso olusuke lukhona noma izibonelelo noma izinhlelo zonke ezihloselwe ukuba lizingenelele endabeni yezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
That's correct.
And that it is the event from the evidence which has been led in respect of human settlement that the city is facing the following broad challenges, including but not limited to those you list below.
Ubekise usho ukuthi ke ngokubufakazi ke obusebusobala kuyacaca ukuthi uma kuziwe endabeni yokuhlaliswa kwabantu idolobha libhekene nezingqinamba ezinkulu ezihlanganisa lezi kodwa okungapheleli kuzona.
That's correct.
It is the unlawful invasion and or hijacking of buildings within the inner city,
Ukuthathwa noma ukungena ngenkani emabhilidini noma ukuthathwa ngodli kwamabhilidi asedolobheni.
That's correct.
the shortage of land for housing programs,
Ungituleka komhlaba ongasiza ekwakhiweni noma ekwenziweni kweinhlelo zokwakha izindlu
true,
That is correct.
kunjalo.
the limitation of the TEA's program,
Ukulinganiselwa noma kuba kumkhawulo kwalezi zinhlelo ze-TEA
That is correct.
kunjalo.
and to then deal with human settlement by making observations on the challenges and the ideal solution.
Ubeke manje usuza endabeni yokuhlaliswa kwabantu lapho uye waveza khona okubonile noma okuphawulayo ngokuphathelene nezinselelo noma ingqinamba kanye nezixazululo ezifiselekayo.
That's correct.
Regarding hijacked buildings and the shortage of land for housing programs,
Ngokuphathelene nezinhlelo zamabhilidi athathwe ngenkani nokuntuleka komhlaba.
you say under paragraph 58 and following, the ideal solution to resolve the crisis emanating from hijacked building is for the city to obtain vacant land wherein the following processes would unfold.
Ubeke sewuthi isixazululo esifiselekayo ukuze kuxazululwe lengxaki enkulu okubhekenwe nayo yokuthathwa kwamabhilidi ngenkani ukuthi idolobha lithole umhlaba ovulekile elingawusebenzisela lezi zinqubo ezilandelayo.
That's correct.
And you say the land will be identified and secured for housing development.
Kuzobe sekuhlonzwa ke ukuthi nawo umhlaba lo mhlaba ke uzobe usubiyelwa ukuze wenzelwe ukuthi kwakhiwe izindlu kuwona.
Right?
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
The city would thereafter develop a business case and apply to both national and provincial human settlements to avail the budget.
Idolobha uma seliqedile ukwenze njalo bese lifaka isicelo ke manje lifaka isicelo sesabelo sezimali kuhulumeni kazwe lonke nowesifundazwe wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu esizobe sibhekelele lo msebenzi.
That's correct.
You allude to the fact that requisite procurement processes to appoint a service provider would then unfold.
Kuyothi ke ngemva kwalokho bese ke kuqala ke manje ukufunwa kwabantu abazosebenza baqashelwe ukwenza umsebenzi.
That's correct.
And you say that all of that is an ideal solution, which is a far cry from reality.
Uthi ke lesi kungaba isixazululo esifiselekayo kodwa okunakala njengamanje kusekude ukuthi singafinyeleleka uma kubhekwa lokho kwenzeka ngokoqobo.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
There is no land, you say, that is immediately available to be dealt with in accordance with what you have described.
Isizathu salokho ukuthi awukho kwamanje umhlaba ongathiwa nawo ukulungele ukuthi kwenziwe lokho kusanda kushiwo.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
You say it does not follow that the occupants of the hijacked buildings would automatically qualify for the houses that would be developed on the land identified for a variety of reasons.
Ube futhi usosho ukuthi uma kuziwa kubantu ke abahlala kula mabhilidi athathwe ngenkani akunakwenzeka ukuthi bavele nje bafaneleke ngokuzenzakalelayo ngokuthi bahambe bayohlala kulezo ndawo esuke isihlonzelwe ukwakhiwa.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
Including not being on the housing waiting list,
Kuhlanganise nokungabibikho sohlwini lwabantu abalindele izindlu.
That's correct.
not being South African citizens, and meeting other applicable criteria.
Sorry, Chair. Nokungabi uyisakhamuzi saseNingizimu Afrika noma ukungahlangabezani nezinye izimfuneko zokufaneleka.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
A practical solution entails implementing an affordable rental scheme to ameliorate the inner city housing crisis.
Isixazululo esibonakala singaba yesingafezeka ngokoqobo ukuthi kusetshenziswe lokho kubizwa ukuthi affordable rental scheme esingasiza ke manje ukuthi sinciphise lenkinga ekubhekene nedolobha.
That's correct.
You are advised to say that this process is underway in the Human Settlements Department and different projects are at various stages of readiness for full implementation.
Futhi sengitsheliwe ukuthi le nqubo engisanda kukhuluma ngayo isendleleni lapha ya eminyangweni wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Futhi ama project nemisebenzi ehlukahlukene isize ezigabeni ezingafani konke ukulungela ukuthi lolu hlelo lisebenze ngokugcwele.
That is correct.
You point us to limitations of TEAs and you say, from your observation of the evidence led, it is clear that the city is facing a challenge associated with availability of TEAs.
Ubese uchaza ukulinganiselwa kwalokho kubizwa ukuthi ama TEA ukuthi ngendlela obona ngayo nangokubufakazi obukhona kuyacaca ukuthi idolobha lisabhekene nengqinamba yokutholakala kwayo le ndawo likwalento ebizwa ukuthi ama TEA.
That's correct.
And the concept of TEAs arose as a result of various court pronouncements on the city's constitutional obligation to provide temporary accommodation to persons who have been displaced from their homes, either through evictions by both public and private owners or other disasters that necessitated an evacuation of a building.
Kanti ke uthe futhi lomqondo walokho kubizwa ngokuthi ama TEA uvele ngemva kwemiyalelo ebihlukahlukene ebivela enkantolo yomthetho sisekelo ebibophelela ukuthi kufanele kuba abantu abakhishwe ebhilidini abantu abangasekhe lapho kade behlala khona kungaba ukuthi amabhilidi kahulumeni noma amabhilidi abantu abazimele kufanele bahlinzekwe ngendawo yesikhashana abangahlala kuyona kuhlanganise nabantu ababehlaselwe inhlekelele nabantu abakhishiwe lo mqondo we-TEA ilapho ke uvela khona.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
And you say the city manages TEA through its TEA policy, which provides for, among other things, emergency accommodation for a period not exceeding 6 months.
Ubese uthi idolobha liqondisa lolu hlelo lwe-TEA lisebenzisa izinqubomgomo zalo okuyizona phakathi kwazo elithi kufanele kuhlinzekwe ngendawo ephuthumayo yabantu abangahlala kuyona kodwa engeqe ezinyangeni eziyisithupha.
That's correct.
For persons who earn 3,500 rand or less a month.
Le ndawo kufanele futhi ihlinzekwe abantu abangaholi ngaphezulu kwemali eyizinkulungwane ezintathu zamarandi namakhulu amahlanu noma 3,500.
That's correct.
And you say whereas TEAs were meant to be temporary in nature, it's now evident this is no longer the case.
Ubese uthi futhi nakuba i-TEA lena yayihlosele ukuba yenziwe kube yinto nje yesikhashana kodwa kubonakala kungasenjalo.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
You say TEAs were meant to be transitional pending the evacuated occupants being processed on either one of the following processes.
uthi ama-TA lana ayehloselwe ukuba kube yindawana nje yesikhashana yokukhoselisa abantu abasuke bedlula bengayihlali kulo unomphelo phakathi kwalezi zinqubo ezilandelayo.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
The evictee qualifying for an RDP and already being on a housing list
Okokuqala ukuthi umuntu okhishiwe uyayifanelekela ukuthola i-RDP futhi usohlwini lwabantu abalindele izindlu.
That's correct.
the
Kunjalo.
evictee qualifying for any of the subsidy grants programs under the auspices of human settlements.
Umuntu okhishiwe futhi endlini uyalifanelekela noma yiluphi uxhaso noma usibonelelo ohlelweni lwezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
And Department of Home Affairs must then deal with undocumented and or illegal immigrants.
Bese ke umnyango wezangaphakathi wona ke okufanele ubhekane nalabo bantu abakuleli ngokungemthetho noma abantu abangenawo amaphepha okuleli.
That's correct.
However, in most instances, you make the statement, some of the evictees do not qualify for any of this above, and they end up staying for a longer period of time in what was supposed to be temporary emergency accommodation.
Ubese uthi ke kodwa ezimeni eziningi abantu abasuke bekhishiwe esakhiweni abafaneleki kukho konke lokho esekusanda kubalwa. Bese begcina ke sebehlale isikhathi eside kunesikhathi ababehloselwe sona isikhashana isihlala isikhathi esifushane kuleyo ndawo.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
For that reason, it is that the existing TAs end up not being of much assistance in receiving occupants from bed buildings.
Ngenxa ke yaleso sizathu ugcina ukuthi ama-TA akhona njengamanje angabe sabasiza ngempela abantu abasuke bekhishwe kulamabhilidi ayinkinga noma amabhilidi amabi.
That's correct.
And that there must therefore be greater collaboration across all spheres of government as well as the private sector to urgently attend to the issue of landlessness and homelessness amongst a significant portion of the population.
Ngakho uthe ngenxa yalokho ke manje kuyadingeka ukubambisana okukhulu okufanele kube khona kuzo zonke inhlaka zikahulumeni kanye nezinhlaka ezizimele ukuthi zihlanganisa amakhanda ukubhekana nalendaba yokungabibikho komhlaba kanye nokungabibikho kwezindlu ngezinga elikhulu okukhona kubantu abakhona kuleli.
That's correct.
Regarding security, an overview of the city's position is that the public safety portfolio primarily responds to the city's strategic objectives by creating a sense of security through the JMPD, Emergency Management Services, and Disaster Management Unit.
Uma kuziwa kwezokuphepha unikeza amazwibela okuthi umnyango noma iportfolio yezokuphepha komphakathi iyona enomthwalo oyinhloko kulokho ophathiswe idolobha ukuqinisekisa ke manje ukuthi yakha indawo ephephile yabantu abahlala kuyona isebenzisa iJMPD, iEMS kanye nophiko olawula ezezinhlekelele.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
You tell us that the city's strategic objectives in relation to the public safety include, though not limited to, preventing and reducing crime.
Uthe enye yezinto esemahlombe noma ekuyimigomo yedolobha uqinisekisa ukuthi umphakathi uphephile uhlanganise lokhu kodwa kungapheleli lapho ukunqanda nokunciphisa ubugebengu.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
Increasing the level of compliance with the city's bylaws and traffic regulation.
Ukuthuthukisa ukuthotshelwa kwemithetho yomasipala edolobheni kanye nokuthobela imiyalelo yemigwa esebenza ezimotweni emgwaqweni.
That is correct.
Providing a proactive and well-capacitated disaster management service.
Kanye nokunikeza usizo lwezimo eziphuthumayo olusukumela phezulu futhi nolukuhlomela ukwenza umsebenzi walo.
That's correct.
Emergency response services.
abasabela uma kunezimo eziphuthumayo,
That's correct.
and facilitating community awareness regarding dangers. Is that right?
nokuxhumanisa ukudlulisela ukuthi umphakathi uqwashiswe ngezingozi ezingahle zenzeke.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
The approach taken by the JMPD, you tell us, in contributing to the crime prevention and reduction is by ensuring that the city is orderly and that there is effective by-law enforcement and traffic management.
Ubese uthi ke manje indlela okufanele isetshenziswe iJMPD ukuthi ibe neqhaza ekunqandeni ubugebengu futhi ibinciphise ngaphakathi kulo idolobha ukuze kuqinisekwe ngokuthi imithetho yomasipala iyalandelwa futhi nezimoto emgwaqweni zilawulwa ngendlela efanele.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
You say all of this is achieved through, amongst others, the measures you mentioned below.
Utheke wonke ke lokhu kungafinyeleleka uma kulandelwa lezi zinqubo ezilandelayo ozibale ngezansi.
That's true.
The first is the search and recovery of drugs, stolen vehicles, and illegal firearms.
Uthe yokuqala ukuseshwa nokutholakala kwezidakamizwa, izimoto ezebiwe kanye nezibhamu ezingekho emthethweni.
That's correct.
Deploying officers in the inner city to conduct proactive policing.
Ukufaka amaphoyisa abe maningana ngaphakathi edolobheni ukuze aqhubeke ebeke iso kokwenzekayo.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
Secondly, deploying officers in the inner city to conduct proactive policing.
Ukufaka amaphoyisa ngaphakathi edolobheni ukuze aqaphe okwenzekayo.
That's correct.
Implementing joint operations with the city stakeholders to counter land invasions, illegal gatherings, and removal of illegal structures.
Nokusebenza ngokubambisana nezinye izinhlaka zikahulumeni ukunqanda ukuthathwa komhlaba ngenkani, ukwakhiwa kwezindawo ngokungemthetho kanye nokuzisusa lezi sezakhiwe ngokungemthetho.
That's correct.
There is a crime prevention directorate within the JMPD that specializes on crime prevention.
Kunophiko olubhekelela nje ukunqanda ubugebengu olungaphakathi kwayo iJMPD.
In respect of the Usindiso building, you are advised that JMPD collaborated with JPC and other stakeholders to conduct a blitz or a raid in 2019.
Ngokuphathelene nebhilidi Usindiso utsheliwe ukuthi iJMPD ibambisene kanye neJPC kanye nezinye izinhlaka zikahulumeni zenza uphequlula lapha noma ngipheceleze okubizwa ukuthi blitz ezakwenza ngo2019.
That's true.
Kunjalo.
JMPD ensured that the city is able to gain access into the Usindiso building without resistance.
Ukuba khona kweJMPD kwakuqinisekisa ukuthi idolobha liyakwazi ukungena ngaphakathi ebhilidini Usindiso ngaphandle kokuvinjelwa.
That's correct.
Also, that the city must strengthen the bylaw enforcement and crime prevention capabilities of the JMPD, especially in relation to the issue of hijacked and bad buildings.
Nokuthi idolobha futhi kufanele iqinisekise ukuthi imithetho yomasipala iyathotshelwa ukuze nokubheka futhi ukuthi ubugebengu buyanqandwa ikakhulukazi uma kuyiziwa ezintweni ezithinta iJMPD esebenza ngokubheka ukuthathwa kwamabhilidi ngenkani kanye namabhilidi amabi.
That is correct.
And you also then deal with the mayoral committee, an inner city sub-mayoral committee.
Ubekese ukhuluma ngekomiti yemeya noma isub-mayoral committee.
That's correct.
You have taken, you tell us, the additional step to launch an inner city sub-mayoral committee that is focused on attending to the urban decay, grime and crime that affects the inner city of Johannesburg.
Uphinde wasitshela futhi ukuthi niphinde nathatha isinyathelo esengeziwe ngokuthi nisungule le komiti engaphansi i-submayoral committee egxile nje ngqo ekubhekaneni nokuwohloka kwezinto ezenzeke edolobheni, ubugebengu nezinye izinto ezithinta idolobha laseGoli ngokuthe ngqo.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
The committee, you say, is also a platform intended to assist the city to coordinate its departments at the executive level on how best to implement the inner city regeneration project and precinct development plans.
Usitshele futhi ukuthi le komiti iyinkundla ehloselwe ukuthi ixhumanise iminyango yedolobha kanye nabaphathi abaphezulu bokuthi kungaziwa kanjani lokho kusuke kushiwo ekubhekelela ukuthi idolobha liyavuselelwa nama project akhona ayasebenza futhi ayalithuthukisa idolobha.
That is correct.
The city has a council-approved strategy for rejuvenating the inner city, and the strategy was an outcome of an engaged process with external stakeholders.
Futhi idolobha linesu eseliphasiswe noma eligunyazwe umkhandlu wokuthi lisebenze ukuvuselela idolobha. Futhi lelisu libe umphumela walokho kuye kwaba khona nezinqubo eziye zaba khona eingxoxweni eziye zahlanganisa nababamba iqhaza abangaphandle.
That's correct.
You tell us that one of the things agreed to was that this work of rejuvenating the city should be a collaborative effort with other stakeholders.
Futhi uphinde wasitshela ukuthi lokho kwavunyelwana ngakho ukuthi lo msebenzi wokuvuselela idolobha laseGoli kufanele wenziwe ngomzamo wokubambisana nababo bonke ababamba iqhaza bethu.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
It was also agreed that this partnership should be institutionalized in the form of the JHB Partnership Forum.
Ube futhi usitshela ukuthi ke lobu budlelwano ke kufanele benziwe bube semthethweni ngokohlobo lwe-JHB Partnership Forum.
That is correct.
The administration, you say, has since revived the collaboration with external stakeholders through this partnership forum after neglect by the previous administration.
Futhi ushilo ke ukuthi ukuphatha kwamanje abaphatha bakhona bayabalivuselela lokubambisana okwenziwa nababamba iqhaza bangaphandle ukuze busebenze kahle obekuwukuthi lokubambisana bebunganakiwe abaphathi bangesikhathi esedlule.
That is correct.
That it serves a dual purpose of sharing information between the city and external stakeholders. It also serves as a platform where the city accounts to stakeholders on commitments made.
Lokhu ke lokudlelwano benza izinto ezimbili. Okokuqala babelana ngolwazi phakathi kwedolobha kanye nababamba iqhaza abangaphandle. Buphinde futhi bube inkundla lapho idolobha nalo ngokwalo likwazi ukuziphendulela kulaba ababamba iqhaza abangaphandle ngokuzibophezela elisuke likwenzile.
That is correct.
Then you make your conclusion.
Ubeke seuphetha.
You say the deadly fire that occurred at Usindiso is a painful reminder of the inhumane conditions under which some residents of the city are forced to endure whilst in search for opportunity and a livelihood in our city.
Ubese uthi ke lesi yasigameko somlilo esibulalayo esenzeka eUsindiso siyisikhumbuzo esibhlungu sokuhlala kwabantu endaweni ongafanele ngabe kuhlala akuyo abantu abayizakhamuzi zakuleli Goli abazaseGoli abaphoqeleka ukuthi beze lapha bezofuna amadlela alihlaza ukuze baphile ngaphakathi edolobheni.
The conditions, is that right?
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
The conditions that existed at Usindiso continue to persist in many other buildings throughout the city to date.
Lesi simo esenzeke ebhilidini Usindiso sisaqhubeka sikhona nakwamanye amabhilidi kulo lonke lasedolobheni laseGoli kuze kufike olwanamuhla usuku.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
The city has a real and scary risk of another building suffering the same or similar incident leading to the loss of lives and property of those residing in the buildings.
Ubese uthi ke idolobha lihlalela ovalweni futhi liyesaba ukuthi kungase kwenzeke esinye futhi isigameko esifanayo esiholela ekufeni kwabantu abaningi kanye nasempahleni kubantu abahlala emabhilidini.
That's correct.
These buildings exist, they are uninhabitable and pose a grave safety risk to the illegal occupants.
Lama bhilidi akhona futhi asalokhu ehlala abantu akubeka ukuphila kwabo engozini yalabo bantu abahlala ngokungemthetho kuwona.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
Through your office, Mayor, would you favor us with the names and locations of these buildings you're making reference to here?
Mayor, singakucela ukuthi uma ungasithumelela ngokwenyango wakho usinikeze amagama alawo mabhilidi okhuluma ngawo lapha.
I will definitely do so.
Thank you.
Ngizokwenza kanjalo.
And then you wish to expressly register your personal regret and distress of the Usindiso building fire,
Futhi ufuna ukuzwakalisa ubuhlungu obusuka kuwena ngokuqondile nokucindezeleka ngenxa yalesenzakalo somlilo owaqubuka ebhilidini Usindiso.
That is correct.
to lead the city at a time of such a tragic incident will forever mark the lowest point in your life and active years in politics and service to the people.
Ukuhola idolobha phakathi nalesi sikhathi sesigameko esibhlungu kuyohlale kuyinto ehleli ingasuka enhlizweni yami nasekuphileni kwami uma ngisaphila naseminyakeni yami engisuke ngikuyo kwezepolitiki ngisebenzela abantu.
And you cannot express your condolences as a city and sympathies enough to the families and friends of the victims of the Usindiso fire.
Futhi uthi amazwi awanele ukudlulisela ukuzwelana nokukhalela imindeni nabangani abalahlekelwa kulomlilo wesebhilidini Usindiso.
That is correct.
Yes. That is where your statement takes us. We may have to deal a little later with some of the issues that arise here. Would this be a convenient stage, Chair? Being it 1 o'clock.
Yes. We'll take a lunch adjournment and reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Chair, thank you. Mayor, you do know, don't you, that for now, these proceedings concern themselves with Usindiso building fire.
That is correct.
Mayor uyazi yini ukuthi i-commission njengoba ihlangene lapha ibheke ngokudaba oluthinta usindiso, impendulo ithi yebo.
And more pointedly, what the surrounding circumstances are for that fire and its aftermath. You are aware, am I right?
That is correct.
Nokwazi ukuthi yini yayibandakanyeka endabeni yalomlilo waqala nangalokho ke okwenzeka ngemva kwawo kunjalo.
You would be surprised to learn that there never was any effort aimed at evacuating or evicting the people of Usindiso building. That comes as a surprise to you.
I'm trying to understand the question. My apologies through you, Chair.
That we have now established, there was never an effort by the city to evict or evacuate the tenants of Usindiso before the fire.
No, thank you for the question and through you, Chair. As I have referred in my statement, I have placed on record the sequence of events that had transpired in relation to the building itself up until a point where we experienced this tragedy. Before the building had caught fire, I had not been furnished with a specific report in relation to the building itself.
Uzomangala Mayor ukwazi ukuthi akukho lutho olwenziwa uyimkhandlu wedolobha ukususa noma ukuthutha ukukhipha abantu kuleli ability ngaphambi komlilo. Ibeke ime isicela ukucaciselwa ukuthi uphi umbuzo lapho kulokho kushiwo lapho. Waphinda uadvocate wachaza ukuthi kufanele ukuthi umbuzo ukuthi kufanele ukuthi kuzomangaza ukwazi umeya ukuthi akho lutho idolobha elakwenza ukukhipha noma ukususa abantu ababehlala kuleli bhilidi. Uchazile ke umeya ukuthi ngokwestatement sakhe njengoba eshilo ukuchazile izinto ezenzeka ngaphambi kwalokho kodwa yena ngokwakhe akazange anikezwe umbiko oqondile othinta ibhilidi Usindiso.
Yes, I'm going to go with you through all indicators that were within the knowledge of the city that that building was uninhabitable. Inhabitable.
Advocate uthi ke uzohamba nawe isinyathelo nesinyathelo akubonise ukuthi zazikhona izimpawu ezazibonisa ukuthi leli ability lalingafanele ukuhlala abantu.
Firstly, JPC is the vehicle that has the legal duty to discharge the functions of the city in all these bylaws. Am I right?
Okokuqala iJPC iyona eqokwe idolobha ukuthi yenze yonke ilandelele imithetho okufanele iyenziwe umasipala noma emelela umasipala uma kuziwe emabhilidini kunjalo.
In responding to the question, JPC is the custodian of the property in the city. They do not enforce the bylaws. They work in collaboration with sister departments who are tasked specifically with that function, like JMPD and development planning.
Ukusebenza kweJPC, iJPC amability asezandleni zayo njobe phathisiwe kodwa akuwona iJPC okufanele ilandelele ukuthi umthetho yomasipala iyalandelwa noma iyathotshelwa yini. lokho umthwalo obekwe ezandleni zabantu abasebenzelana nawo njenge JMPD okuyiyona esebenza nabo.
No, I know what you're saying. The question is slightly different. JPC cannot enforce any bylaw. It's a state-owned company. So I'm alive to that reality. All I'm saying, if I read a bylaw that says the responsibility of the owner in terms of this, they're talking about JPC, right?
That is correct. It was on JPC's responsibility to report any and all activities. That is correct.
Advocate uyachaza ukuthi cha uyakuzwa lokho futhi uyakuqonda akana inkinga naye uyazi vele ukuthi iJPC ibimane ibekiwe ukubheka njengoba isebenza lapha ya futhi akuyona okufanele iphoqelele ukuthotshelwa kwemithetho yomasipala. Umeya uthi yebo iJPC yona iyabika ngalokho esuke ikutholile ibhala umbiko.
You'd also be surprised that Ms. Bottas doesn't think so.
Kodwa uzomangala ukuthi uMiss Bottas akacabanga kanjalo yena.
Does that surprise you?
Kuyakumangaza lokho?
Let me get it correct. She does not know that it's her responsibility to report.
No, it says it's not only JPC, it's the city as well.
Akushoyo ukuthi akuyona nje iJPC kodwa nedolobha.
You are accord with that evidence.
Uyavumelana nabo lobo bufakazi?
Evidence leader, I would have to acquaint myself with that specific statement by JPC itself, separating itself from the city of Johannesburg.
Take it from me, it's the evidence that was given to the commissioners.
Kungafanele ngizijwayeze ke noma ngisasasiqonde kangcono leso statement esivela kuJPC uma izihlukanisa edolobheni. Uadvocate uthi ubufakazi lobo bethulelwe le commission.
The simple question is, Mr. Mayor, is whether you agree with that statement or not.
I agree with the city's responsibility, inclusive of JPC.
Umbuzo ke usihlala ubuzayo ukuthi ingabe uyavumelana yini naleso statement noma cha. Imeya ithi iyavumelana nayo kodwa ivumelana kuphela uma iJPC ihlangene nedolobha.
Okay, let's move on. Evidence is also that the buildings Usindiso was not fire safe compliant with the law. You know that.
Uyakwazi yini ubufakazi obethulelwe le commission ukuthi ibhilidi Usindiso lalingenzi ngokuthobela imithetho ebekiwe uma kuziwa eqaleni komlilo. Uyakwazi lokho?
I was furnished with the information based on the incident that happened. They gave me a report on the non-compliant nature and the structural integrity of the building Usindiso.
Nganikezwa umbiko oqondile othinta ibhilidi lapho ngatshelwa khona ukungathotshelwa kwemiyalelo ethinta ezomlilo kanye nje nokungabi sesimweni esihle kwebhilidi.
This is knowledge to the city since 2019.
Lokhu idolobha belilokhu likwazi kusukela ngo2019.
You have been brought to that knowledge as well.
Ubukwazi nalokho futhi.
The incident that I had made reference to in my statement of what transpired in 2019 is what I was aware of when it was brought to my attention. Further deterioration would have proved to have happened in terms of non-compliance. And when it was brought to my attention, the list had been increased, I think, over time.
Engikwaziyo nenganikezwa khona mina yilokho kwakuthinta u2019 ngenzeka ke uhlu lwaselukhulile njengoba isikhathi sihamba.
Yes, I'm still limiting myself to Usindiso. That it was also non-compliant with bylaws regarding electricity since 2015.
Mina ngizama ukugxila nje kuphela ebhilidini Usindiso ukuthi imithetho yomasipala belivele lingasayithobeli cishe kusukela emuva leko 2015.
Non-compliance with electricity.
Yeah, with the bylaws dealing with electricity, even including payment of electricity bills.
That is correct.
Uyabuza umeya ukuthi ukungayithobeli ngokuphathelene nogesi, uyachaza uadvocate ukuthi yebo ungathobeli ngokuphathelene nogesi hayi nje khona kuphela izinto ezithinta ugesi ngisho nokungawukhokheli ugesi. Uyavuma umeya ukuthi kunjalo.
The land use rights for that building was never residential. The city has no such records. You aware?
Bewazi yini ukuthi amalungelo okusetshenziswa komhlaba abengakaza landelwe uma kuziwa kulesi yasakhiwo ukusetshenziswa kwaso bengazange kwathobele amalungelo okusetshenziswa kwawo ngokomhlaba. Uyakuqonda lokho?
I would not have been privy with the conditions of the lease itself when it was entered into. But for the best of my ability, there was an agreement based on what the facility needed to be used for.
Angeke ngene ngithi shiye endabeni yezivumelwano esenziwa ngesikhathi senziwa sokuqashiselana. Kodwa nje mina engikwaziyo ukuthi kwaqashiselwana kodwa ukuthi isimo sasinjani ngesikhathi kuqashiselwana yilokho engeke ngikuphawule.
Well, the witness responsible for things like land use rights came and told us. The city has no such records of a conversion.
Ufakazi oyeweza lapha phambi kwekomishane wethula owazi kabanzi ngokusetshenziswa komhlaba namalungelo awo uthi idolobha likaze nje libe namarekhodi alokho ukushintshwa kwaleya ndawo.
Comment?
Ukhona ongakusho ngalokho?
Let me not comment on that specific one, but I would like to respond as we continue.
Ake ngingasho lutho ngokuphathelene nalokho kodwa ngizothanda ukuphendula njengoba ingxoxo iqhubeka.
I don't know what that means, Mayor. I would like the sequence of my questions answered as they come, Mr. Mayor. Please.
Angikwazi ke lokho meya kodwa ngingathanda ukuthi impendulo zifike ziqhamuke njengoba imibuzo iza ilandelana.
No, in its simple form, I was not appraised with the contents of the lease, and the lease should have contained the conditions in which they agreed upon to allow the occupation that was legal. And based on the efforts that I have made a submission on, and the level of intervention that was put in by the city to firstly assist the occupants who were then the females that were left behind. The nature of the agreement had not come to my attention.
Uma ngichaza ukuthi uma kuziwa endabeni yesivumelwano ngesikhathi sokuqashiselwana ngempela angizange nginikezwe ulwazi ngaso, angazi lutho ngokuphathelene naso. Kodwa engikwaziyo ukuthi lesi sivumelwano sasenzelwe ukuthi kunabesifazane abaswele abangenayo indawo yokuhlala abavulelwe ukusetshenziswa leya ndawo. Yilokho engikwaziyo kodwa ngokuphathelene nesivumelwano ukuthi zazinjani angazi lutho.
I'm narrating all of this to share with you that this building was open to condemnation as early as 2016.
Ngikusho lokhu kuwe ukuze ngikwenze ubone ukuthi leli bhilidi ngempela laselisesimweni nje esibi sokuthi singahlala lingasetshenziswa umuntu kungasahlaleki kulo kusukela emuva le ngo2016.
Your comment?
Ungathini la?
I think that is more of a statement.
Yes, I'm saying, given the things I'm telling you about, it must be a correct statement to suggest that interventions ought to have come in as early as 2015, 2019, certainly.
Mayor uthi kodwa lokho kuzwakala kungewona umbuzo kuyistatimende. Uyasho uadvocate ukuthi yebo engizama ukukusho kuwo ukuthi leli bhilidi laselivele nje kudinga ukungenelelwa kulona emuva le ngo2016 ngo2019 kwase kungaba isinyathelo nje sokugcina kuyo.
So in response to, or rather commenting on the statement, is that I had made an indication in my statement citing the fact that I have observed that the quality or the manner in which we manage buildings needs to be improved upon, which would include and not limit that statement to the building in question.
Ngishilo ke ku statement sami ngakuphawula ukuthi ngendlela engibona ngayo ngicabanga ukuthi indlela esiphatha ngayo amabhilidi ethu njengedolobha idinga ukuthuthukiswa. Kodwa ngingasho ukuthi lokhu kugcina nje ibhilidini elithile kodwa ngisho nje ngihlanganisa onke ngingagcini kuleli elilodwa.
Mayor, we are going to talk about the other buildings in May. Now I'm talking about Usindiso.
Mayor, ngoMay sizobuye sikhulume ngamanye amabhilidi. Njengamanje sikhuluma ngebhilidi Usindiso.
Human settlement in the city did not know anything and did nothing for the evacuation and eviction of those people who were in Usindiso before the fire.
Umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ubungazi lutho futhi awenzanga lutho uma kuziwa executioneni nasekuthuthweni abantu kuleli bhilidi ngoba wawungazi lutho.
Your comment?
My comment on that is that the building, as you had referred to in the statement and its condition, human settlements intervention is operational in nature and should be a collaboration between the two entities and a coordinated, concerted effort to directly deal with the challenge at the time when it started. Hence, I make reference again to my submission in the statement, citing the fact that we, as the city, need to reevaluate the manner in which we approach how we manage our buildings.
Njengoba ngiphendulileke ngasho ngaphambili ukuthi indaba yomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu uma uziwa emabhilidini noma ezakhiweni zedolobha udinga ukubambisana. Kufanele kube khona ukuxhumana okufanele ukuze kubhekwane nezingqinamba zisaqala. Ngakho ku statement sami ngibekileke ngathi indlela manje okusebenza ngayo iyakudinga ukuthi ithuthukiswe.
As the phrase goes, that's looking forward into the future. I'm talking about the past because it is the past we are interrogating now. Are you aware?
Njengoba kuzwakala sengathi usukhuluma ngesikhathi esizayo ukuthi kuyodeka sithuthukiswe asikayi esikhathini esizayo. Njengamanje sisakhuluma ngento eseyenzekile edlule. Uyaqaphela lokho?
Let me in summary say, Mayor, and maybe we can curtail this. There is an admitted series of non-compliance that Usindiso building was guilty of to the knowledge of the city as early as 2019. You can't refute that, can you?
Uma sikubeka ngamafuphi Mayor sizama ukuchaza isimo sasebhilidi Usindiso ukuthi belisesimweni esingesihle futhi isimo besikusona idolobha belazi ngaso futhi linomthwalo noma icala ukulithwala ngaso kusukela emuva nje ngo2019. Ungavumelana nalokho?
Based on my submission and the efforts, it did indicate that the city was aware and was actively in the process of dealing with the situation. So yes, the city was aware.
Estatementeni sami ngisishilo ngivumile ukuthi idolobha belazi ukuthi ibhilidi likusiphi isimo futhi bekhona nezinyathelo ebese liziqalile ukuzenza ngakho embuzweni wakho yebo bengazi.
Process of attending to it since 2019 until the 31st of August 2023 when the fire erupted. Is that what you're saying?
Ukhuluma ngezinqubo othi liye lazifaka idolobha kusukela ngo2019 kwaze kwazofika u2023 lapho kwaqubuka khona umlilo.
I think the city, in 2019, when they did their joint operation, they took measures. And I think that's where they could have done more, in a sense that they left it to somebody else's responsibility. But the fact still remains that our bylaw enforcement, in particular, is one that needed to be enforced to its maximum.
Ngo2019 kukhona isinyathelo esalenza ngesikhathi liyokwenza leya operation eyaliyenza libhlanganisile nabanye abantu. Kodwa kubonakala sengathi alizange lenze lutho lashiya lo mthwalo ezandleni zabanye. Okwenza ke ngisho ukuthi ngempela sikhona isidingo sokulungisa noma sokuyithuthukisa ukuze kuqiniseke ukuthi imithetho yomasipala iyathotshelwa.
The evidence is also that they resided in Usindiso building more than 500 people. Others are even estimating 1,000. That's untenable at any level, Mayor. Am I right?
Ku umbiko othulelwe le commission ukuthi lapha kuleli ability bekuhlala abantu abangu 500 noma ngaphezulu abanye baze bathi cishe babe inkulungwane abantu abade behlala kuleli ability. Leyo nto yinto engamukeleki ngenhlobo akunjalo?
It's completely unacceptable that such a large number of occupants can be in one particular building.
Ayamukeleki inhlobo nje ngempela ukuthi inani labantu abaningi abakangaka bangahlala ebuildingini elilodwa.
So consequently, the city must take responsibility for the outcome of that fire.
Ngenxa yalokho ke kusho ukuthi ibhilidi kufanele idolobha kufanele likuthwale emahlomba lo ke umphumela walokho okwenzeka ngalo yamlilo.
Yes.
I think the issue of Usindiso should not be divorced from the criminal element that played a role in us ending up with this situation. I agree with you on the level that we should have done more. Lawlessness in the city of Johannesburg is a general problem that the administration is taking very serious. And it should not have gotten to a point where it was in.
Mayor ke uma ebuzwa ukuthi ngabe uyavuma yini ukuthi idolobha kufanele likuthwale lokhu uthi akufanele kuhlukaniswe phela lesi sigameko sosindiso kanye nezenzo zokuphula komthetho noma ubugebengu obenzekayo ngoba inkinga leni idolobha elibhekene nayo yobugebengu. Ngakho ke uthi yebo uyakuvuma ngokwengxenye ukuthi idolobha kukhona belingakwenza noma kukhona bengafanele wenze kodwa indaba yobugebengu iyona ndaba enkulu futhi idolobha liphezukwayo ukulwisana nabo.
What made the scale of the calamity this large is in part because of that, right? Where there are 500 people living in a building of that size.
Singathi ubukhulu bomonakalo lenhlakelele eyulethile bubangelwa ngokwengxenye na ukunqwabelana kwabantu endaweni eyodwa abantu abangu 500 kunjalo.
You agree?
Uyavumelana nalokho?
The challenge, let me just make a comment in citing the fact that the challenge is attributed to overpopulation and urbanization, in particular in the CBD. The socio-economic divide between the peripheries and the inner city, and the fact that the city of Johannesburg gets continuous migrants from around, from surrounding municipalities, and the housing backlog that exists. There's not enough facilities that people can occupy. And I would assume that opportunities that are readily available, people will undertake under any circumstances. So it's a wide variety of contributing factors, as cited in the statement, that directly could have contributed to the magnitude in which the incident happened.
Umeya ke uyaqhubeka ukuthi ucela ukuphawula ukwenezela lapho enye yento ekhona ukugcwala nje kwabantu edolobheni laseGoli. Idolobha laseGoli liheha abantu abasuka nakwamanye amadolobha beze kulo. Kube kuukuthi leli dolobha lisabhekene nengqinamba yokuhlalisa abantu indawo zokuhlala. Kodwa ngenxa yamathuba akhona abantu babheka idolobha laseGoli njengelinamadlela alihlaza bese beza ke bezonqwabelana kulona. Ngakho lezi ezinye zezinkinga azibonayo njengoba eshilo ukuthi ngaphambili nabo bebengakwenza okungcono ukuthuthukisa lesi simo.
If I may interpose, Mr. Mayor, the question is not directed at the city of Johannesburg, but at Usindiso building. So if you could confine your question to Usindiso building.
Uhlalo uthe ucela ukungenelela nje lapha kancane acela ukucacisa ukuthi noma yipi impendulo oyinikezayo kulombuzo obuzwayo umbuzo usuku ungakhulumi ngedolobha laseGoli lilonke. Zama ukuthi uma uphendula ukhulume ngebhilidi losindiso.
Now, Mayor, you cannot be understood to suggest there are factors that justify the deaths, are you?
Akufanele siqonde Mayor ngokuthi okushoyo kuzwakala sengathi zikhona izinto ezingathethelela ukufa kwabantu. Akunjalo.
Let me first.
You're not conveying that message, right?
Awudluliseli lo mlayezo wokuthi zikhona izinto ezingathi uma kufa abantu kuthiwe kuyathetheleleka ngenxa yazo. Akunjalo.
Let me first start by acknowledging the comment from the chair in focusing on the Usindiso. And in no way am I suggesting or insinuating that any death can be justifiable in any form or way.
Angiqale ngokwamukela ulokhu usihlalo akuvezile ukuthi ngigxile endabeni yebhilidi Usindiso. Futhi angisho ukuthi akukho nje lapho ngingasho khona noma angisikuseli noma ngizwakali ngihlongoza sengathi kukhona ukufa okuthethelelekayo.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm not talking about any death. I'm talking about the death of the people who were killed by the fire.
Mayor, angikhulumi nje nganoma yikuphi ukufa, ngikhuluma ngabantu ababulawa umlilo.
There's nothing to justify it.
Akukho kungathethelela ukufa kwabo.
That is correct. I'm not justifying the death of the victims that lost their lives in the tragic day of the Usindiso fire.
Kuyiqiniso angithetheleli ukufa kwabantu abafa ngalolu yasuku lwenhlekelele emlilweni.
Then I have no further questions to you, Mr. Mayor.
Ayisekho imibuzo enginayo ngawe Mayor.
Mr. Sidumedi, do you have any clarifying questions?
Certainly not, Chair. I don't have any
Thank you.
further questions.
Ms. George, do you have any clarifying questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, just one question. Good afternoon, sir. In your evidence, you stated that the city was aware of the conditions at Usindiso building since 2019. And you further stated that the city was in the process of fixing things. I would like to know what interventions had been made since 2019 up until last year.
Ummeli uNkosazana George ubuza ukuthi njengoba imeya ishilo ukuthi bebelokhu njengedolobha bazi ngaleli bhilidi Usindiso nezinto ezenzeka khona ufuna ukwazi ke ukuthi ikuphi ke abaye bakwenza ukungenelela abaye bakwenza kusukela ngo2019 ukuza onyakeni odlule.
No, thank you very much for the question. In my statement, I cited the fact that the city of JPC and a unit called GFIS did a blitz in 2019, and emanating from that, they went and opened a case based on their suspicion of what may have transpired or the building having been taken over. Those were the first interventions that were brought to my attention. Subsequent to that, and my apologies, Madam Chair, but I just need to give proper context in as far as my role dictates my actions. I understood the broad nature of the challenge of hijacked buildings, and therefore established a submayoral committee that, amongst other areas of focus, bad buildings is high on the priority. And that would then speak to the Department of Human Settlements as well, to try and fast-track the process of accessing funding so that we can acquire the temporary emergency accommodation. However, it also, not however, but in addition to that, it also entailed us having to employ a unique approach on how we can acquire declaratory orders that would assist us because of our understanding of the conditions of the general buildings in the city of Johannesburg. Now, from a strategic level, that is my intervention that I had put in place so that we do not encounter another Usindiso fire. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. George.
Uphendulile ke umeya uma ephendula ukuthi okokuqala baye bakwenza njenge dolobha ukuthi bahlangana neJPC benza lokho abakwenza ukubizwa ngokuthi ama blitz lapho baya khona kulelia ability beyophenya kwakungenelela kwabo kokuqala lokho besebenzisa uphiko olubizwa ngokuthi iGFIS. Kanti ke futhi baphinda futhi bahamba bayovula icala ngalo futhi indaba ethinta leli bhilidi. Kodwa ushilo ukuthi naye njengemeya nanjengendima yakhe uyaqonda ukuthi kufanele babe nesandla ekunqandeni ukwanda kwamabhilidi athathwa abantu ngenkani. Yingakho beyebasungula lokho kubizwa ukuthi submayoral committee. Le submayoral committee ibhekelele khona ngokuqondileke lokho. Ibhekelela lamabhilidi okuthiwa amabhilidi amabi angenza izinto kahle bese leyo mabhilidi ebekwa eqhulwini phezulu ukuthi kufanele alungiswe besebenzelana eduze nomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ihuman settlement. Bathi babonile ukuthi kufanele baqhamuke nohlelo manje olukhethekile lokubhekana nalesi simo. Yingakho besebenzisa lokho kuthiwa ama declaration report abawatholayo ukuze bakwazi ukulungisa isimo futhi lokho abakwenzile njengoba ebebuza ummeli ukuthi yini abayenzile kusukela ngo2019.
Mr. Kwamanda, when was this inner city submayoral committee established?
I will have to give you a specific date. I'll ask the Chief of Staff.
But was it established after the
tragedy? It was
tragedy?
established before.
Before the tragedy?
Before the tragedy.
How soon? A few months? A few weeks?
I'll have to, in writing, give you specific recordings. The reason why the submayoral was established in the first place is because of our understanding of the conditions in the inner city. And we understood the fragmentation that exists within our municipal entities. And the submayoral committee sought to collaborate and have a concerted effort and also include members of the private sector who are anchor tenants for the city in the Johannesburg CBD, so that we can collaborate in an approach to respond more efficiently to these challenges that are scourging the city of Johannesburg. And when Usindiso happened, it was just disheartening, heartbreaking that we had to be overtaken by events when we had begun a process where we can ultimately have a footprint in taking back actively our inner city in collaborations with anchor tenants in the city of Johannesburg.
Yes. In the light of the fact that this inner city submayoral committee was established before the tragedy occurred, how would you rate its efficacy?
So there are quite a number of activities that happen. There is implemented through the submayoral committee. It's a block-by-block approach to looking at the compliance of the buildings and the businesses that are in the inner city. But it's not impunitive in nature. What they sought to achieve was to assist the businesses and the buildings to comply. There is also a report of the first quarter and its performance. I can also attach it to the statement that I've just made about the establishment of the inner city, so that I
Yes.
can be able to give you sight of the efforts that were undertaken.
Will you please make sure that Mr. Sidumedi has possession of those documents by close of business tomorrow? Is that possible?
That is possible because the documents are on record and yeah.
Chair, I do undertake on behalf of the city that put all
Thank you.
stops to get these documents.
Thank you.
Ubuzile ke usihlalo wekhomishani ukuthi njengoba kuthiwa kunale submayoral committee yakhiwe nini le committee iqale nini ngempela ukusebenza athi khona imeya ayikhumbuli ngokuphelele ukuthi iqala ukuba khona nini le committee ngakho sihlala ubuzile kodwa ukuthi ingabe yenzeke ke ngaphambi kwesigameko sosindiso noma ngemva kwesigameko sosindiso. Umeya uthi cha le submayoral committee yenzeke ngaphambi kokuba kube khona isigameko. Futhi ubese chaza ukuthi inhloso yayo beyihloselwe ukuthi ayihlanganise yonke iminyango kahulumeni izinhlaka ezihlukahlukene zikahulumeni ingagcini nje kuphela ithinte izinhlaka zikahulumeni kodwa ithinte nezinhlaka ezizimele nazo zihlanganiswe manje ukuze kube lula ukubhekana nesimo uma kwenzeka. Ngakho uthi nabo kwabazwisa ubuhlungu ukuthi inhlekelele yafika kuqala bese ematasa besebenza bezama ukwenza lokhu okufanele kuhloselwe le submayoral committee. Ubuzile ke usihlalo ukuthi kodwa manje uma inhlekelele ivelile kanti ibisiveli khona le committee iyasebenza yini ingabhekwa njenge committee esebenzayo yini. Umeya uthi cha yona iyasebenza ngoba isikhona izinto eqhamuke nazo zokwenza ukuthi edolobheni kuphephe imane nje isebenza ngokwalokho athi bize ngokuthi block by block okusho ukuthi kusetshenzwa lapha kudlule kuziwe kule block njalo njalo futhi beyihloselwe nokusiza osomabhizinisi nabo ukuthi bakwazi ukuphepha futhi kuqiniseke ukuthi abawasebenzisa amabhilidi asebenza ngesimo esifanele yini. Kukhona nombiko wawo esiwenzile nje le submayoral committee yokuthi isebenze kanjani. Ubeke esecela usihlalo ukuthi hayike uma sokukhona umbiko njalo siyacela ukuthi ummeli umnumzana uSidumedi awuthumela ufake lo mbiko ukuze commission ikwazi ukuthola. Ubuzile futhi ukuthi bangakwazi ukuthola ngaphambi kokuthi liphele usuku lwakusasa lo mbiko. Imeya ithi cha ngenxa ukuthi into esivele ikhona emarekodini vele angeke kube inkinga uzothi umethumela umbiko awuhlanganise nalokhu okuphathelene nokuthi le submayoral committee yaba khona nini usuku oluqondile.
Advocate Semenya, with regard to the statement.
Chair, with your permission, I would move for the statement to be admitted into evidence as Exhibit COJ 19, is it? 19. Is it 19?
19.
Okay.
Yes.
I move for its admission.
So admitted.
Okay.
Mayor Kwamanda, thank you very much for coming to give evidence before this commission. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Evidence Leader.
Chair, I'm told by Advocate Muloto yesterday there was a profile 2757 that was admitted as Exhibit PRU 17. We plead for an amendment of that exhibit description. It should read Exhibit PRI 17
Instead of PRU.
instead of PRU.
The amendation is recorded.
And Chair, I ask just for a short stand down to get my next witness.
Thank you. We'll take a short adjournment. Advocate Mia.
Chair, thank you, and for the indulgence as well. I beg leave to call Colonel Sitole as a witness.
Will you please proceed to swear him in?
Colonel, good afternoon, and give us your full names, please.
I'm Wiseman Sefiso Stole, Chair.
You swear the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth and nothing else but the truth. And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
All right. As you tell us, you are a colonel at the South African Police Service, and that is situated at 1 Commissioner Street, Johannesburg. Is that right?
It's correct, Chair.
u tiyisisa leswaku u khonele ka doroba ra laha Joni hi la ku tiyisisa leswaku xana swi tano.
And that is at this central, Johannesburg Central Police Station, is that right?
It's correct, Chair.
Sweswo swi le ka police station leya le xikarhi kumbe ya central ya la Joni.
Your evidence should be short because it pointedly talks to Usindiso building.
Vumbhoni bya wena byi ta koma hi swa kahle kahle byo vulavula hi muako lowu wa Usindiso.
Now you
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Swi tano.
and to tell us that there were various interventions by the police regarding the problems associated with Usindiso building, right?
Ni ku hi byela leswaku kahle kahle ku ni magoza lama tekiweke hi maphorisa ka timhaka leti khumbaka muako lowu wa Usindiso.
It's correct, Chair.
Swi tano tshama xitulu.
Can we talk about some of those interventions?
Xana hi nga bula sweswi hi magoza lama tekiweke.
Yes, at some times, Chair, the police were instructed to profile the area.
Ku ni nkarhi lowu maphorisa ma byeriweke ku teka goza leswaku ma langutisisa xiyimo xa ndhawu liya.
And the statement you have has various attachments to it. Can I invite you to go to page 21 of those documents?
Ndzi kombela leswaku u languta la ka tluka 21 ka mapapila lawa mi nga na wona.
'21 would be at the foot of the page,
21 ya kona yi tsariwe le hansi ka page rero.
and it has Usindiso as its heading.
Naswona volume ya ko yi nyikiwe vito yi chiwe Usindiso.
It is at the foot of the page. You have?
On top, 21 is on top.
On top, Chair, thank you so much, Commissioner.
Kuma
I can see here.
ehenhla.
All right. 9. 11, 13, 15, 17. Yes, I've got it, Chair.
Tshama xitulu se ndzi yi kumile.
Page 21.
It speaks about Usindiso, you see?
Ma swi vona leswaku yi vulavula hi Usindiso.
Yes, I can see.
Ni swi vona kahle.
And your information is it had 4 floors
Naswona ku na swithezi swa mune
Yes, Chair.
with a 40 number of rooms.
ku ni tinhlayo laya ya makamara ku nga 40.
Yes, Chair.
Swi tano tshama
With
xitulu.
no provision of electricity or water.
Ku ri hava mphakelo wa gezi ni mati.
Yes, Chair.
Swi tano tshama xitulu.
And the occupants are indicated to be in the order of 800.
Kasi lava a va tshama kona va kwalomu ka 800.
Correct, Chair.
Swi tano mtshamaxitulu.
Overpopulated for a building that size, would you agree?
U nga pfumela leswaku kahle kahle vanhu lava va tele ngopfu ka muako wa mpimo wolowo.
It's correct, Chair.
Swi tano mtshamaxitulu.
And just rapidly, if you take us to page 51,
Hi ku komisa loko ho ya ka tluka 51.
Okay, Chair, let me just check. page
Nge hi kuma
51.
mtshamaxitulu.
can you tell us a little bit more about page 51?
Xana mi nga hlamusela leswi engetelekeke hi tluka lera 51?
Page 51, Chair, it's indicating the date at the top there. It was 2019, October 25.
Kutani ka page 51 siku ra kona a ku ri hi October
25 October
or 25 October
2019.
ku nga 2019.
Yes, it is the time when we're having a big operation.
Hi laha hi nga va ni pfhumba lerikulu swinene.
It's an operation that is conducted from district level or provincial level.
Pfhumba rero ra endliwa emugangeni wo karhi kumbe exifundzeni hi ku angarhela.
It's a big crime prevention operation.
I pfhumba lerikulu swinene ro sivela mhaka ya vugevenga.
I remember vividly here, Chair, we applied for a search warrant to search Usindiso building.
Ndza ha tsundzuka nyana kahle leswaku kahle kahle la hi endleni xikombelo xa leswaku hi kuma warrant ya leswaku hi searcha muako lowu Usindiso.
As we all know that applying for a search warrant, you have to first conduct an investigation first.
Laha swi tivaka ha kona leswaku kuma warrant leyi ya ku va hi searcha u fanele u endla vulavisisi ku sungula.
The investigation informed us that there were many wrong doings at Usindiso building.
Kutani vulavisisi lebyi nga byi endla byi kombisa leswaku ku na swilo swo tala leswi hoxeka swi endleka ka muako lowu Usindiso.
Some of the information was coming from the case dockets that were opened by the community.
Rungula rin'wanyani a ri kombisiwa hi tidoketi leti vaakatiko va teke va ta ti pfula.
I will just make an example as to how the information came from the case dockets.
Hi lexi kombiso xa leswaku rungula leri te njhani ka tidoketi teto.
In one of the case dockets that we studied, the information was saying from the complainant that I was walking in this street.
Kutani ka doketi yin'wanyani ka loyi a tiseke xivilelo a vula leswaku a ndzi famba exitarateni.
I was approached by about 5 African males.
Hi loko kuta vavanuna van'wana va vantima va ndzi tshinelela.
They produced a firearm
Hi loko va humesa xibamu
and they robbed me.
kutani va ndzi tekela swilo swa mina.
After I was robbed,
Endzhaku ko tekeriwa swilo swa mina
I saw the 5 African males running into that building.
kutani ndzi vona vavanuna lava va vantima va tsutsumela ka muako luwa.
They will point Usindiso building.
Kutani va kombetela ka muako luwa Usindiso.
And then that's one of the information that made us also to apply for a search warrant.
Rin'wana ra rungula ri endleke swaku hi endla xikombelo lexi sa warrant leyi ya ku search.
And to list the officials that were involved in that operation.
Naswona u longoloxa mavito ya vatirhela mfumo lava va katsekeke ka pfhumba rero.
It was a multidisciplinary approach operation,
A ku ri pfhumba ro angarhela swinene.
meaning it was aiming to attend a lot of problems that we will encounter inside the building.
A ri langute swaku ri lulamisa swiphiqo swo tala leswi a swi katsa muako wolowo.
Yes, as well as outside the building as well, because we were just not only inside the building alone, but also outside the building.
A hi nga langute ndzeni ka muako kambe ni le handle.
So some of the role players were JMPD,
A ku katseka ni va JMPD,
Home Affairs,
va ka ndzawulo ya timhaka ta la kaya,
we had City Power,
a ku ri na City Power.
that I still remember so vividly because I was also involved in the operation myself.
Ndza ha tsundzukanyana kahle na mina ndzi katseka ka pfhumba rero.
And then we also will invite even security companies because we are partnership with law enforcement.
Hi tlhele hi rhamba ni tikhampani leti ta vuhlayiseki tanihileswi na tona ti sindzisaka ku landzeriwa ka nawu.
Traffic police also,
Ni maphorisa
From
yo
province.
languta trafiki
and other role players.
ni van'wani lava khumbekaka.
Yes, at the top of the page, 53 lists the people from City Power, is it?
Eka tluka 53 ku longolixwa lava va le ka City Power switano.
Yes, I see in 53 we have indicated there at the top City Power.
Ina ndza swi vona swa ka 53 hi va boxile lava ka City Power.
For JMPD, you have the operations for the JMPD.
Kasi ka JMPD i vatirhi kumbe lava va katseka ka pfhumba rero va JMPD.
Yes, Chair, we had a lot of members from JMPD.
Ina a ku ri ni swirho swo tala leswi humaka ka JMPD.
They were assisting us, if I remember so well, it was about bylaws.
A va hi pfuna swinene a swi khumba ku landzeriwa ka milawu ya la dorobeni
And traffic offenses as well.
ni ku tluriwa ka milawu ya ta le magondzweni.
Right. And you've got a document numbered 72 at the top.
Kasi ku na ni document yin'wanyani leyi yi nga tsariwa 72 le henhla.
Is it page 72, Chair?
72, yes.
Thank you.
Ina i tluka 72.
Where you list crimes per sector.
Crimes per sector.
Yes. Speak to that document, please.
Kombela mi hlamusela document leyi makeni ya vugevenga hi ku ya hi xiyenge.
Yeah, Chair, we are comparing the crimes as they happen. We compare, I will say, this year we compare it with last year.
Laha ko pimanisiwa vugevenga ku fanele leswaku vugevenga bya n'wexemu ni bya lembe leri.
In this case, in terms of this document, we were comparing the crime 2024 and 2023.
Kutani hi ku ya hi document leyi a hi pimanisa vugevenga bya 2023 ni bya 2024.
Yes.
Hi sweswo.
These are statistics that you share in your joint operations.
I tinhlayihlayi leti mi ti boxaka laha ka pfhumba leriya ra nhlanganelo.
Yes, Chair.
Ina swi tano mutshamaxitulu.
So in the same period, I will say this year, let me say this year, same period, let me say today, we will say by this time when we're conducting the operation, the same time when we were having an operation as compared to last year, we were having one murder. And then maybe the other year we did not have a murder. And then we'll go to another crime. And then we'll say in this category, we had so many crimes. Like in the second column now here is attempted murder. We had 1 in 2023. We had 0 in 2024. Robbery with firearm, it was 4 in 2023. And then in 2024, it was 6.
Okay,
So
Colonel,
we compare it like that.
So kahle kahle laha ho pimanisa ntsena vugevenga ku fana nge ni namuntlha hi languta swa ku lembe leri nga hundza hi nkarhi lowu fanaka. So xikombiso ka column number 2 ya kombisa ke ka lava ku ringetiweke swa ku dlayiwa vanhu hi 2023 ya ku ri na 1 hi 2024 ku nga ri na nchumu ni vugevenga bya ku va vanhu va tekeriwa swilo hi ku ri na 4 hi 2024 tano tano.
The document speaks for itself. Let me invite you to go to page 129. 129.
Sweswi ya ka tluka 129 hikuva kahle kahle mhaka leyi kongomile ya ti hlamusela hi yoxe.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just check.
Inkomu inge hi languta tluka rero.
Yes, I can see that document in page 129, Chair.
Tell us something about it.
mi nga hi hlamusela hi tluka leri ra 129.
Section 10 of section 13.7.
What should we learn from it?
Yes, I would say in short, it's a search warrant.
Hi ku komisa hi nga ku ko va search warrant.
Let me just check properly.
Hi nge ndzi tiyiseka kahle.
Colonel, your statement has not been commissioned. I will ask that you ask one of your colleagues to commission it before you leave and give me a commissioned statement, will you?
I will do so, Chair.
Colonel, marito ya n'wina lama vuleke ma fanele ma tiyisisiwa xana ma nga tiyisisiwa hi wun'wanyana mi nga si famba. Colonel u vula leswaku swi tano va ta swi endla.
That's the evidence of the witness, Chair.
Hi
Thank
byebyo
you.
vumbhoni lebyi nyikeriwaka.
Thank you. Mr. Sidumedi, any clarifying questions?
No, Chair, no clarity seeking questions.
Thank you, Ms. George.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No clarifying questions.
Thank you. Advocate Siminya, what do you want us to do with this uncommissioned statement? Do you want us to provisionally admit it?
Can it be provisionally admitted, Chair, and also marked exhibit WSS1 for the statement?
Yes, in the annexures?
The annexure with the numbers for Usindiso,
Page 21,
page 21 as SS WSS 1.1.
yes.
And if we go to page 53, which is the report about city power personnel, to have that as WSS 1.2.
Yes,
If we go to page 63, we will have WSS 1.3, which is a JMPD personnel who are in the operation.
yes,
WSS 1.4 would be a document appearing at page 72 of the bundle of documents, which describes the crimes per sector. And lastly would be page 129, which we beg it be accepted into evidence as exhibit WSS 1.5.
yes.
If they may be provisionally admitted, Chair.
Yes. These documents are provisionally admitted into the record.
Yes, correct.
Colonel Sitole, thank you very much for coming to give evidence before this commission. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair, I now beg leave to call Colonel Mankai. Colonel, give us your full names.
Andile Mankai, Chair.
Have an objection in taking the oath.
No objections, Chair.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Colonel, as you tell us, you're a colonel with the South African Police Services. Is that right?
Correct, Chair.
In respect of Usindiso, what is your role there? Usindiso Fire, sorry.
I'm the investigating officer, Chair.
And in the statement, you describe various role players relating to the fire and the deaths of persons, injuries to others, their relationship between resources that were deployed to address the structural fire. Is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Uqale ke ngokuthi ucolonel enze ubufakazi afakaze ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso kuphela, wazisho futhi ukuthi ungumnumzane uAndile Mankai, ube sebuzwa uma eqeda ukwenza izifungo zokuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso kuphela ukuthi ukuphi ngokomsebenzi njengamanje. Washo wathi usebenzela umbutho wezamaphoyisa aseNingizimu Afrika SAPS. Ube futhi sebuzwa ukuthi ini indima yakhe uma kuziwa esigamekweni somlilo walapha yayiBhilidini Usindiso. Ilapha vele khona ukuthi ungumphenyi ohamba phambili kule ndaba ethinta lesi sigameko saleli bhilidi.
And you will tell us about your role in the scene described as the Usindiso fire.
Ube futhi sewusitshela ngendima yakho obenayo uma kuziwa kule umlilo waleli bhilidi Usindiso.
That's what you will tell us, right?
Chair, on the night of the incident.
No, listen to the question. Is that what you are telling us?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Ukuthi ilokho ositshela khona kulesi statement sakho uyafakaza ukuthi yebo ilokho.
You will also tell us about the various roles that were played by other stakeholders.
Uzositshela futhi ukuthi ezinye izinhlaka ziye zaba nayiphi indima.
Yes, Chair.
Yebo kunjalo.
Against paragraph 3, you say, during the day and subsequent developments, you record the following entities to have been part of those who were in the Vehicle Operations Center, the VOC. Is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Uphinde futhi statement sakho esigabeni 3 usitshela ezinye zezinhlaka ebezikhona ngosuku lwesigameko iVOC kunjalo ukuthi usitshela ngalokho. Yebo kunjalo.
And the VOC was stationed along Delva Street next to the building.
Correct, Chair.
iVOC yayime eduze neDelva Street kunjalo.
To that were members of the police services with Brigadier Nama, yourself and other members.
Kwakukhona namalungu ombutho wezamaphoyisa no Brigadier Nama kuhlanganise nawe.
Correct, Chair.
Yebo kunjalo.
Your mandate, you tell us, was to process the scene and to summon various entities that would assist at the scene.
Ukuba khona kwakho lapho kwakubheka isigameko ukwazi ukubona ukuthi kwenzekani futhi ukwazi ukuthumela nabanye ukuba benze umsebenzi okufanele wenziwe kuleso sigameko somlilo.
Correct, Chair.
The processing of the scene, by way of example, would include the officials responsible for processing murder and inquest cases. Is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Excuse me, Chair, I didn't get that one. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me
Please, Chair.
go back a little.
Thank you.
Among members of SAPS was Brigadier Nama, yourself, and other members. We have tidied up that, right?
Phakathi kwamalungu embutho wezamaphoyisa sishilo ukuthi kwakhona uBrigadier Nama kuhlanganise nabanye babekhona lapho kunjalo.
Correct, Chair.
With a mandate to process the scene and to summon various entities that would assist at the scene.
ngokuzobheka nihlonze isigameko lese nani kusona niphinde futhi nisize nalezi ezinye inhlaka ukuba zenze umsebenzi okwakufanele ziwenze esigamekweni.
That's correct, Chair.
You say, by way of example,
Uthi ngokwesibonelo
the officials would include those responsible for processing murder and inquest cases.
kwakuzoba kukhona phakathi kwabantu amaphoyisa ekhona kwakukhona lawa ezobheka labo ababe beshonile esigamekweni noma babulawe umlilo kuleso sigameko bese benza umsebenzi wabo bacoshele umsebenzi okufanele bawenze njengamaphoyisa.
Correct, Chair.
This is a division you had, Colonel, am I right?
Ngicabanga ukuthi iwona phiko ongumqondisi walo noma uhamba phambili kulona Colonel kunjalo.
Correct,
There
Chair.
were members of the City of Johannesburg, COJ,
Uyilungu lomkhandlu wedolobha laseGoli COJ.
Correct, Chair.
those of the Emergency Medical Services, EMS,
Kwaba bekhona lapha kwakukhona EMS.
Correct, Chair.
that would include the fire engines that were on site,
Okwakuzobandakanya ngisho nezimoto zokucisha umlilo ezazikhona endaweni yesigameko
emergency medical personnel,
abasebenzayo ngezimweni eziphuthumayo
rescuers, and other such services from EMS.
kanye nabahlangulayo abantu abasuke bese ngozini bonke nabanye abasebenza kuyo futhi EMS.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
Warrant Officer Block of SAPS was also on duty.
Kanti futhi no warrant officer block wayekhona esemsebenzini ngaleso sikhathi
Yes, Chair.
As a duty officer,
njengephoyisa lalisemsebenzini.
Lieutenant Colonel Jevu, Provincial Duty Officer, was also there.
Correct, Chair.
Kwakukhona futhi nephoyisa elisebenza ngaphansi kwezesifundazwe uma kuziwa kuleli nalo futhi lalikhona.
Members of the National Criminal Record Center,
Amalungu ophiko abhekelela isikhungo esibheke zobugebengu.
Correct, Chair.
with Captain Msiza and his co-members, who were compiling relevant visuals of the scene, and a separate photographic was provided.
Kanye no Captain Umsiza owayehamba nethimba lakhe besahambe beqoqa ubufakazi obubonakalayo babusele lapho nababethatha izithombe zabo ababezithola benikezwa khona lapho.
Correct, Chair.
You also had Captain Mukubela there. Is that right?
Ngabe
Correct,
futhi
Chair.
kwakukhona no Captain Umkhubela kunjalo.
As investigators, there were officers amongst those who were collecting evidentiary information relating to the fire.
Kukhona nabaphenyi ababekhona bezama ukucosha ngokunokwenzeka bonke ubufakazi obabukhona obubandakanya umlilo.
Correct, Chair.
Kunjalo.
And that included taking the bodies of the deceased,
Lokho kwakubandakanya nokukhipha izidumbu zabasebeshonile,
Correct, Chair.
taking them to the various mortuaries in the city,
zithathwe zisiwe emakhazeni ahlukahlukene asedolobheni.
That's correct, Chair.
Kunjalo.
Together at the scene was a Dr. Mahuluhulu with the colleagues.
Khona futhi ngesikhathi sesigameko kwakukhona udokotela Mahuruhuru ehamba noza kwabo.
Correct, Chair.
Attending to those who were injured.
Bona ke babe zama ukusiza labo ababelimele.
Commander Chico Nyati was also at the scene, in charge of the firefighters at the scene.
Kwakukhona nomkhuzi wabacishi bomlilo uChico Nyathi ebhekelele abacisha umlilo.
That's correct, Chair.
Kunjalo.
For the purposes of collecting deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, evidence were members from the National Victim Identification Center.
Kanti babe khona ke nalabo ababezile bezocobelela befuna ukuthatha izinto ezithinta ulibofuzo kulabo ababe khona.
Correct, Chair.
Kunjalo.
And they were headed by Colonel van der Nest.
Bona ke babe no Colonel Falines owayibani owayehamba phambili.
Correct, Chair.
You say there were various ambulance services at the scene attending to the victims.
Uthi kwakunezinhlobonhlobo zama-ambulance ayekhona kuleso sigameko.
Some of these were victims ferried to various hospitals, including Hillbrow Clinic, receiving 16 patients.
Abanye babantu ababelimele kulesi sigameko bathathwa basiwa emtholampilo wase Hillbrow owathatha abantu abangu-60.
Chris Hani Baragwanath, 11.
Kwathi iChrisani Baragwana yona yathatha abangu-11.
Helen Joseph, 13 patients.
Helen Joseph yathatha abalimele abangu-13.
South Rand Hospital, 15.
Kwathi South Rand yathatha abangu-15.
Charlotte Matreke, 16.
Charlotte Maxeke 16.
Jamestown Hospital, 2 patients,
Isibhedlela saseJimmiston sathatha bona ababili.
who were later transferred to the Hillbrow Clinic.
Abathi kamuva basebedluliselwa emtholampilo wase Hillbrow.
Some were discharged and some transferred to Charlotte Matreke.
Abanye badedelwa kanti abanye basebedluliselwa eCharlotte Maxeke.
Later, 2 of the patients died at the Charlotte Matreke Hospital.
Ababili kwababe limele bagcina beshonela eCharlotte Maxeke.
The 2 who later died at the Charlotte Matreke Hospital
Kunababili abagcina beshonile eCharlotte Maxeke.
were part of the ultimate 76 people that perished.
Babe yingxenye yabantu abangu-76 abashona kulo sesigameko.
Is that right?
Correct,
Kunjalo?
Chair.
Yebo kunjalo.
Medical reports of those injured at the scene were filed separately from this statement.
Imbiko yezempilo yalaba bantu ithunyelwe kodwa yathunyelwa ngokwehluka kulesi statement.
And it is where you tidy the facts and you say that whereas the official number is counted as 77, the actual count is 76.
Empeleni nakuba inani elabalwa labantu kwathiwa bangu-77 kodwa eqinisweni babengu-76.
A body part, an arm, was counted as a separate body, but
Cool.
was later matched to its relevant body.
Kukhona umzimba nengalo okwatholakala kwase kubalwa ngokuhlukana kodwa kwathi ngokuhamba kwesikhathi kwase kubonakala ukuthi lengalo eyawo lo mzimba kwase kubalwa njengomuntu oyedwa
Culminating in the real number being 76.
okwenza ukuthi sigcine sifinyelele inani langempela elingu-76.
The role you played on 31 August 2023 was receiving a telephone call at approximately 4 in the morning.
Indimo wabanayo ngalobu busuku bosigameko somlilo kwaba ukuthola ucingo olwafika kuwe cishe entathakusa ngo-4
informing you of a structural fire that was going on at what was later identified as Usindiso building.
lukwazisa ngomlilo owawusuqubukile okwathi kwamuva kwacaca ukuthi kwakuwumlilo owawusebhilidini Usindiso.
Is that right?
Correct,
Kunjalo?
Chair.
Yebo kunjalo.
You got there around 5 in the morning.
Wafika lapha yacishe entatha ekseni ngo-5.
You
Correct,
found
yeah.
various colleagues at the scene.
Wafica sekunozakwena abahlukahlukene endaweni yesigameko.
And the scene was processed and handed over to the city of Johannesburg, namely Mr. Patrick Jaka, a deputy director in the COJ Region F.
Kwathi ke uma isigameko sesihlonziwe kwasetshenzwa kusona sinikezwe idolobha sabe sesinikezwa kumnumzane uPatrick Xaxa. Excuse me, Chair. Xaxa.
Jaka.
Thank you, Chair.
Correct, Chair.
Your statement has reports for which we are supremely grateful for your help. These are the reports which include the structural engineer's report, is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Statement sakho si okuyinto esiyibongayo ke ukuthi sinemibiko eminingana esiza le commission eminye yayo ekhuluma ngekuma nje kwesakhiwo ngokwaso ibhilidi.
Partially compiled by Mr. Moodley,
Ngokwengcenye esilombiko obhalwe umnumzana uModley.
Correct, Chair.
Kunjalo.
the DNA reports of the deceased persons were furnished by yourself.
Bese kuba khona nombiko we DNA noma ulibofuzo obhalwe nguwena.
Correct, Chair.
They bear various exhibit numbers. We don't need to tackle that now. The remainder of the DNA reports you now have filed, and we are again grateful for you for your effort. Is that
Ka-
right?
Correct, Chair.
Kanye nama exhibit number amaningana akhona singeke siwathinte njengamanje kanye nombiko oye wawuhlanganisa esibonga kakhulu ngokuthi uhlanganise.
And fingerprints reports were also filed thanks to you.
Kuphinde futhi kwahlanganiswa nombiko obheka iminwe yezandla zomuntu nawo futhi obhalwe nguwena.
Is that right?
Kunjalo?
That's correct, Chair.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
We say our thanks for photographs of the scene post the fire, which you help us with.
Sithi asibonge ngisho nangezithombe ozithumele ozihlanganisile ukuze usisize.
Our thanks again for the post-mortem reports you helped compile with chain of custody affidavits which were filed.
Siyabonga futhi nangombiko osinikeze wona obuhlonza ngezimbangela zokufa nawo futhi owufakile neminye imbiko oyihlanganisile. Siyakubonga lokho.
Also thanks for the forensic science laboratory reports that we had.
Siyabonga futhi nangombiko ovela elaboratory owenziwe wahlolwa ngokwesayensi esinawo. Siyakubonga futhi nangokusinikeza wona.
So too for the forensic fire report that was compiled by SAPS, you provided that.
Kanye nombiko futhi wabaphenyi usinikezile wona. Siyabonga.
And you record that 2 mortuaries were used to house the bodies of the deceased, namely the Deep Kloof mortuary and the Hillbrow mortuary.
Uphinde futhi wasitshela ukuthi kunezindawo zasemakhazeni ezizona ezamukela izidumbu okungeyase Hillbrow kanye neyase Deep Kloof.
Is that correct?
Kunjalo?
Correct, Chair.
Kunjalo.
As we speak, 11 deceased bodies are still not identified, you say, and various means to identify these deceased have been made, but without success.
Njengoba sikhuluma nje usitshele ukuthi kunezidumbu ezingu-11 ezingakahlonzwa kodwa miningi imizamo lokhu niyenza ukuze ihlonzwe ukuthi ezikabani kodwa kuze kube manje kusalokhu nje kufana nezithukuthuku zenja.
Correct, Chair.
And we can't say more, thanks to you, that we had a person of interest that was brought to the Commission of Inquiry.
Asikwazi ukubonga ngokwanele ukuthi kunomuntu ofana nawe oye wasihlinzeka le commission ngolwazi olungaka.
The person admitted into starting the deadly fire during his evidence and testimony and was arrested after he gave evidence.
Abantu omunye womuntu wabathula kulapha ebufakazini wabe eseyaboshwa ngemva kwalobo bufakazi abethula kule commission.
The matter is with the Johannesburg Magistrate Court.
Udaba njengoba sikhuluma lusenkantolo lapha ya kwi-Magistrate Court yase Johannesburg.
It was to be heard on the 22nd of March 2024.
Bekufanele ludingidwe ngomhla ka 22 March 2024.
Any developments in that regard?
Kukhona okwaziyo ukuthi selukuphi lolo daba?
It was back at court again, Chair, today, and I have no knowledge as to what is the next court date. I will find that out after this commission.
Beliphindelile futhi lwabuyela enkantolo namhlanje. Angazi-ke ukuthi lithe uma liguqa kwathiwa lizophinde libuyele nini enkantolo. Ngizokuthola lokho uma ngisuka kule commission.
The statement I have of yours, Colonel, is also not commissioned. Would you favor us with a commissioned statement?
Istatement osinikeze zona asifakazelwe ngakho singacela ukuthi usinikeze istatement esesiye sadlula ku commission safakazela.
I will do so, Chair.
Ngizokwenza kanjalo sihlalo.
Chair, thank you. That is the evidence of the Colonel.
Thank you. Advocate Mr. Sidumedi.
Thanks again, Chair. No questions for
Thank you.
to the witness.
Ms. George.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No further questions.
Thank you.
With your
Advocate
permission,
Semenya.
Chair, with your permission, can this provisionally be admitted as a M1 exhibit, being the statement of Colonel Mankai?
This should be provisionally admitted.
Yes, ma'am, we ask.
Yes. So it is provisionally admitted.
And that is the evidence, Chair.
Colonel Mankai, thank you very much for coming to give evidence before this commission and for the good work you've done so far.
Thank you, Chair.
You are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Can we stand adjourned, Chair?
These proceedings stand adjourned.